substitutions to the agenda. Becky, anyone else on the team?
I updated everything, from what I received. So if anybody else needs to add something, this is the time to add it.
For the meeting minutes, the only thing
Yes, sir.
that we have is December.
Well, we had October, November with our prior agendas.
Okay.
And then November, on December, we didn't have meeting minutes because it was canceled. Yeah, because of quorum, and that's all it says. That's what would be registered. Yes, sir.
And then moving on to C, do we have approval for the regular meeting and budget board meeting minutes for October 19, 2024 and November 13, 2024? Do we have a motion on the floor to approve those?
Motion.
We have a motion by Supervisor Moreno, do we have a second? We have a second by Mr. Cortez, all in favor? Aye. Motion carries to approve those meeting minutes. At this time, we'll be doing public comments. Mr. Richard Estrada.
Good evening, everyone, and happy New Year to all.
Happy New Year.
Wanted to bring up and touch up, some of the items that have been going on from the past. I wasn't here for the last meeting, so I wanted to understand better what it was about where, if I understand correctly, non-landowners would be for the board, and I heard some discussions of I just wanted to understand better what that is about, and also wanted to recap on the motion that was passed, and just so I can have a better understanding. So I can make a lot more comments on that, so I really understand it better. I hope that, I can be more clarified on that. Another item that I think is important for the community is the mailboxes. Don't know what we're doing about that, what can be done about that. Not necessarily that I think it's a Central County thing. I think it's a Montura landowner thing that we need to address as we grow. I think you guys have been doing a great job. Montura is looking better than ever. I just became a full-time resident of Montura. I love the place. I've been coming here since 2005. I've seen everything. But I think we're in a really good direction. And I hope 2025, instead of digging the past, we can look into the future. This is definitely going to be the next Southwest Ranchers. And it's a great place to call home. I came here because of the reservoir. It was the only thing that I liked about Montura. Even though I've been a landowner since 2005. And the reservoir is something that we keep on, it keeps on dragging around where we don't know what direction it's going, for me personally, and a lot of the people that are landowners who I know, it's something important. I think it's something nice we have. I think it's something, I wouldn't say to exploit it, but I think it's something nice to say, well, where I live, I can go out safely and ride my ATV. And I, for one, never understood when I was doing something wrong, for which it's where we're at now, where it's closed. So I think if we educate and we take measures, and there's a great group of people that are willing to put in, whether it's financial or time or whatever it is. I actually know a lot of people that left Montura just because they closed it. I understand that's not important for everyone. I understand we all have different needs, wants, but it's something nice that we had, and so I want to revisit what's going on with that, what can we do, because it's something great to get back. As far as the first topic I brought up, and I don't wanna say too much of my opinion because I like to be educated as to what I say. But if I understand correctly, and I just wanna make a simple, and I don't wanna take a lot of time. If I understand correctly, this is a landowner association, am I correct about that? Can anyone answer that?
Yeah, I don't know what it, I mean, this is a water control district, by law.
Okay, so, because if at one point, you know, the only people that were able to vote were landowners, so, and that's why I want to be clarified as to, you know, what it is. So I understood that it was a landowner association, so it's not.
No.
Okay. Okay, so if so, then how come at one point only the landowners were able to vote, like, you know, on the,
That's right.
okay.
Thank you. Any more questions? So,
No.
I'm trying to answer
I know that you guys got a lot of stuff to cover and, you know, so, no.
you wanna take the floor on that, Joe?
Yeah, just so, and some of the old timers here, this is before my time, but, so this is a water control district that was created pursuant to chapter 298 of the Florida statute. So it's a governmental entity. Homeowner associations, landowner associations, condo, those are private groups that just a bunch of people get together and create a contract to create it. So this is a little bit different. So, there are thousands of water control districts and taxing districts in Florida. I think there's over 3,000 the last time I checked, but, and they're all a little different. Some, there's 5 seats here. When this district was created, all 5 seats were called landowner seats. In other words, you had to be a landowner in the district to vote. Then, and help me, Chris, this was maybe in 1999, 2000?
Then it swapped over, they did the.
So, yes, it was,
It was a three,
Some
it
board
was a
members-
three-person landowner
Yeah.
seat back when it first started.
right,
Yeah.
but it was changed.
Yeah.
It's my understanding, again, this is 20, 30 years ago, that some board, prior board,
Sure.
hired an attorney to change, to amend the law.
Yeah.
So that 2 of the seats are general election.
Yeah,
Sure.
I'll give a little insight on that
Mhm.
if you want. So what ended up happening was that Pan America, being the biggest landowner out here, they controlled the board, being the biggest landowner. And what happens is that you can't go against somebody that has a bigger vote. So now once you do general, one person, one vote, it's harder for that to happen. Doesn't mean that there wasn't a lot of influence, but what it did, it kind of like actually got your common everyday person, you know, it's not attached to somebody through whether it's money, wealth, or anything like that to actually sit up here. So then we put 3 people that's gonna always lean towards a certain objective. It's not really what's good for the community. And that's why that was kind of pushed that direction and it was ended up, you know, that's how we are today.
I live in an area within the Lake Worth Drainage District. There, 3 of the 5 seats are general election. Because the more urbanized it got, people wanted to change it. But they're all different. There are some districts that are all landowner. This one has a mix, the 3-2 mix. That was done by design. As Chris said, how many years ago was that?
That was a while back, I was a kid whenever they changed all
Yeah, I
that.
think it was in the 90s they made those changes.
Just a question. I think he's bringing up what Mr. Soft brought up about changing all the seats to general election seats.
Yeah, because he's just asking a question on how it is, so we get better understanding, we'll get into what was voted on, and why we got there.
So basically, based on a vote, it can be changed.
Well, so they could vote to say we want to change it. Then you have to hire a lobbyist because you have to change the law. So lobbyists in Tallahassee will go and lobby for, one sentence change to the law.
Now, and that's doable without the vote of the actual landowners? Just the board can decide on doing that and just do it?
Correct. Now, I think I understand where you're going with, so I've received some emails about people saying that you can't do that, you have to have 75% of the landowners. And those are people that are thinking this is like a homeowners association, where if you change the association documents, the bylaws,
Sure.
all the homeowners have to vote.
Understood.
But this is not a homeowners association, it's a.
Right. Yeah, that's what I wanted to understand, you know, so. Got it. But basically, so then how come, if that's the case, that for elections, only homeowners are able to vote?
Well,
I mean, landowners.
for certain seats,
So, but is that's what's being changed?
is something, maybe I missed that meeting. Is there-
board. Yeah, because we voted for all 5 seats to go to general and not for it to be, to get rid of the landowners.
Oh, okay. I learned something, I missed that meeting, I guess. So, okay, so you wanna hire a lobbyist to do that?
Yeah, we spoke about it. I mean, I guess we'll get back into it whenever you're all ready. Because I'm the one that campaigned that, and I'll give you all my A to Z's on that.
Let me say, if we're gonna hire, a lobbyist to change that, might as well check, hire a lobbyist to change the 298 to become a city or a town or a village. I mean, if we're gonna spend that money, and I think we talked about that one time, was it $250,000 on $250,000
Yeah,
to get that person going?
so so one is, the scheme thing is very simple, because no one cares, frankly, in Tallahassee, what Central County does, and change 5 seats to this, and so that's not controversial, but when you create a municipality, it is. And I'm certain that Hendry County and their lobbyists will show up and say,
They're gonna fight against
no,
it.
no, 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 and then it's a fight.
Yeah.
It happens.
No, I understand that, but going back to his concern, that he got, moving to here full time, yes, this is a great place, but we have to look at this place moving up to the next level. This is not like it used to be back in 2005, where, was relaxing, if you wanna call it. If you look around, how many residents going up right now is crazy. I've been here for 3.5 years, okay? Since I moved in here, I would say about 20 or 40 homes been going up. So you can imagine how fast it's moving this place.
It's a little bit more.
It could be. So, but I mean, if we're gonna spend the wheel, and yes, I know Henry County's gonna put an objection on that, because money that they're taking from us, from the taxes, not bringing back to the community. So are you aware of that too? Of the taxes, I mean, we only got X amount, a small amount of money back in here, they don't do nothing else for us. So that's something we need as a landowner, within the Montero Ranch, and we have to be looking to that.
So the other thing is, just to add on, so the Henry County is implementing an impact fee starting February. Sorry, they're implementing an impact fee since starting February. It's gonna be about $8,000, right, impact fee for every permit that is pulled within Henry County. So as a resident who has property and I say, for instance, I wanna build, whatever, I wanna build something, I'm gonna be impacted $8,000. That impact fee has to be used in a certain way, in a certain area. But since we're not incorporated or anything, that money just sits there.
Disappear.
No, it can't,
Well, I
it
mean,
can't disappear.
it's not
But
going
it
nowhere.
can't be used in our community because we're not, how we're structured, we can't be used, so that money can't be put to use, but, many people that have purchased land out here and that are gonna be developing in next fiscal, or next month, they're gonna be, adding $8,000 to that permit that they pull. And the sad thing is that 8,000, most of it can't be used where it should be used because the way we're set up as a 298, so I'm scratching my head on that.
Right.
And I had to pay impact fees when I built, back in the day. This is nothing new, but I was never able to recoup my funds, but, I had to pay impact fees. I think it's about 6,000 or 8,000 back then. So, the county's doing it for a reason, so be it, but, that impact fee does not come back into our community. It will sit somewhere, and hopefully get back to the permitting. But those are kind of the things that scratch our head, that doesn't help us. As far as the way we're set up, that doesn't help us.
Also, I want to talk about your first concern about the mailboxes. This is something that been talking about for a long, long time. Mr. Attorney can talk about this, it's out of our hand. We have no control of that, of those mailboxes. And it's gonna be pulling hair to get that made back to us, there's a lot of money involved in that.
And I think we have an update. Becky, don't we have some sort of an update on that? Can you?
Yes, I was gonna bring it up, Mr. Michael, Commissioner Atkins was gonna be here tonight.
Okay. I think he'll speak on it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he'll make it or not, but
He's not gonna make it.
he's not gonna be able to make it, okay. He was, he told me that he did, cause he just came back from Washington DC, for the inaugural of our president, Trump, and he was stating that he had requested a meeting with our representative in regards to the mailboxes here.
Okay.
So what he did request, and I sent Steve email about if he could put the letter together, so you guys can approve it, so we can go ahead and forward it to Mr. Atkins, so that he could take it to the county's meeting, so they can move forward on it for our mailbox situation that we have going on with the mail. And he was able to, Tommy Griffin, which was the person that came from Rick Scott's office about the mailboxes from the beginning, was the one that came back and said, no, we can't do anything, it's at a federal level. Well, he was the one that said, you must have ruffled somebody's feathers when you asked for it, because now it's not just Central County, it's all of Central Florida that's having a mail issue. So now they're looking at it as a whole. So now it's the time to put in our request, yeah, to have something done about it.
So hopefully in the near future, we'll get some progress, because we've been patiently waiting on that. So in the near future, we'll be working on it. And as far as the reservoir update, Becky, can you speak on that, the last update that we have on that reservoir?
Yes, so Bear Paw, is the one that's, been working with Southwest Florida.
South Florida Water Management.
Yes, and, Central County to kind of, mitigate the little, wetland area that's there. And, what they want us to do is, of course, and they've stated it before, put, barriers, so nobody travels through the wetlands. And of course, the patrolling, like they've already given us the list of things that they want us to do. But we're at that permitting, we're still in the permitting process. So they came, they checked the land to make sure that nobody's been riding through there, destroying stuff. They did that,
Just a few months ago.
yeah, back in November. I think it was November.
Was.
And, they came out, so we're just waiting on the report from them. And I believe that Bear Paw is, responding to them. So it's just been the back and forth now. But the reservoir is open, it's just you can't ride right now. Yeah, but you can go out there, you can go fishing, you can walk back there. And
So they have,
of course ride, but you can't take any more vehicles back there right now.
so that's pretty much what we stand on those three things, and hopefully as we get more information, we can relay it to you and to the rest of the community on that. All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Bruce, would you like to come up? Karen G?
Yes.
Yes, go.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Sorry. I recently got my PO here to my house that I built a home here, and so I'm really relieved. I've been living in Miami-Dade for the last 25 years, so I finally moved up here.
Great.
I love it, changed my whole life, it's changed.
Sure.
So, real quick, I was a professional tennis coach, and then I moved on to coaching a university, St. Thomas University. And I've traveled all over the world, I've seen a lot of different tennis environments, and I heard that there might be a sports complex that might be considered to go up. So, even before I knew about that, once I finished my house, I wanted to come and give something to this community. I'm all about kids. And to take it from the top, I would just like to start teaching, for free at the clubhouse for children with portable dance rackets and paddles, and start off with it nice and easy. That's one request. The other thing is that there's an opportunity here in Montour Ranch to really do something fabulous if you decide that you want to put in a world class or a serious tennis complex. And I'm here to talk about something that most people don't know about. And for example, if you look at a tennis match, and you look at the gentleman up at the umpire in the chair, and we all have seen that, right? People don't know that he's making $300,000 or she's making $300,000 a year, traveling all over the world with everything paid for. Maybe might pick up a Mercedes in Berlin or something, hustle it, ship it back, but enjoying the benefits of the tennis industry, which is a billion dollar industry worldwide. There's so many jobs, so many things to do, so many opportunities for kids. At the same time, I gave over several $1 million worth of tennis scholarships to kids that needed it, and helped them out. So being in this community now and in this incredible clubhouse that is impeccable, I have to comment to say that the people who are taking care of it is really great job. While I was building, I wanted to come and take a few showers. It was always clean, never smell. Everything is really great. I just want to get that out there. So, in order to get the funds, to get the moolah, to get something like a tennis center going, there's a lot of networking, a lot of contact stuff that can go on that I can help you with. Because I'm here, because I want to help the kids. So, as well as, and this is the last little thing, as well as the gentleman up in the chair, once you have children learning the sport of tennis and what's in the industry for them, everybody, you can play, but if you can come out of it having skills that you can, exchange with the tennis world, because Florida is the capital of tennis in the world. There's more pros with condos and houses. There are more tennis courts in Florida than anywhere else in the world. It's huge. So, if any one of you knew the rules and regulations of tennis and had a sense of the USTA fair play and manners and code of conduct, and once you did 5 tournaments for kids, because there's an incredible number of tournaments, and there's not enough umpires, the ones not up in the chair, because I know a lot of people that supplement their income just being a coach for a tennis tournament for kids or college. And that's $150 for 2 hours. So between that end, and stringing rackets, and teaching, and, I'm from New Jersey originally, I've been to Princeton to see, how rackets were developed. There's so many jobs, as you can imagine, in science, and sports in general. So if we're gonna have something that involves tennis, I would love to participate in it. And I'll say we're going to need a nonprofit, what they call a community tennis association. So I can help you about that, but that's up to the people. I don't know who, but we're going to need that for fundraising. Okay? So I don't know how it works, but I really would like to start with the kids, because I know I've toured and moved around the country, starting in May and June, and I won't start back again until school. So pretty much it's a winter thing I propose. After school and stuff, things like that.
Bruce, I think it's a great thing that you'd like to bring to this neighborhood and to our county, as well as our dwelling place here. Is there something that you can get us so we can maybe pass out to the community and the parents and the kids to see, who would be interested, and so you would know,
Sure.
how involved some of these young kids would be to get involved with the program and get started with that. Because I think we have we have two basketball courts. I don't think we can convert both of them to tennis courts, but I know maybe one can be used. I don't know how, I don't know.
Well, you don't have to convert anything.
Okay,
You can just use little small portable nets. I probably wouldn't do anything with children younger than 5,
understood.
between 5 and 8. More like, getting them started. You know, a lot of people think they want the children to just jump into tennis.
Yeah,
There's a lot of mechanics involved. So
absolutely.
you go a little slower and get into coordination and different things like that. The younger children can move along without hurting themselves.
Understood. Understood. Anybody else on the board?
Sounds good.
I like it. I like anything positive, and it's a different alternative. I know a lot of people, they do play tennis, play golf, pickleball's a new thing as well, so there's a lot of people doing a lot of that stuff, so anything to get the kids involved and show them another opportunity, which you're talking
Another
about.
opportunity.
I think that's a great thing.
Thank you very much for
Thank you
having
for your
me.
time. And thank you for building your house.
Looking forward to talking to you again.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Next, Cat Wilkes.
I have a few questions on the, I want to say, it was a few months ago that actually Daniel had brought up the resilience grant that Central County was awarded, and it came for overtime, right? Who oversees, like, the grant items?
I'm the grant manager. But it's a group, it's me, Mr. Steve Dobbs, and the audit group that were hired, and they're the ones that actually put all the paperwork together. I give them and our big bills and everything, they put it together and they present it to, the state.
And you realize it's a contract only grant, so it's not gonna cover overtime?
Well, if we're doing it in-house because they're collapsed, they're covering the cost.
Ms. Wilkes,
And is there
hold on a
is there
second.
one-
So this is not a ping pong. Can you go ahead and ask all your questions and she can respond?
Well, it's about the grant,
I understand.
because I've looked at the grant,
I
and
understand.
it's a contract only grant. And
Okay, can you lay out all your questions so she can,
that's my question, it's a contract only grant, but you're saying that it's gonna pay the overtime.
Yes, because we had to put together how we're doing the job. And so it had employee, what we're paying the employee, we're paying the contingency of, whatever, the 30% contingency fee, we have the, what it costs us for the culverts, but you have to do labor as well. So all of that has been surrendered and they accepted it. And it's because we're doing it in-house, because that was a part of the initial, grant process. That if we were able to do it in-house, everything else is supposed to be contracted. Now, because we have collapsed culverts, we have to take care of it. We can't permit that to continue in the condition which is in, because it's a liability to Central County. So we've targeted most of the big ones, which we still have to do canal number 8, which is, a big one. And there's another 42 that are collapsed that we're still working on.
so Ms. Wilkes, is your main question, the overtime that is paid on this?
Yes, because overtime's not payable on grants unless it's specifically noted, and on the grant, the resilience grant, it says contractor, it's a contractual reimbursement for subcontractors. There's no, the salaries, overhead, fringe benefits, nothing is filled out regarding that.
So again, when I submitted in the paperwork, I put exactly what the salary would be for the amount of people that were gonna be in it, and it includes the overtime.
Has anybody from,
The state,
right,
they have not
have
said,
they questioned it, have they said it?
they have not
It's
denied
wrong.
any of our claims right now.
Have you gone down on it at all? On the grant?
well, it's still, they have to, okay, so it's in the third stage right now from the first quarterly report, budget quarterly report. So if we don't do nothing on the first one, they reviewed the first part, they've accepted it, we have one signature, and then they go to the second part, which is where she comes out and actually physically sees what we've done, and then they'll sign off, and then it moves, and I think it's like 4 or 5 signatures that it goes through before they even disperse any money back to us.
Right, but I'm saying so you submitted,
The
you should have already submitted like
three, there's three, yeah, this is our third one,
so you,
but the first one was the main one,
mhm.
and then the second one, it was not much. Now we're on the third one, where most of what we've done in the last few months will be added into there, so that's where we're at right now. And also Mr. Steve Dobbs, because he's our new engineer, so he also had like his fees and stuff like that, that are all in tow. Right now, we have not been denied anything, they've looked at it very closely, and,
Have they accepted or they've approved?
the first part of the first quarter, they've approved it. They did approve it. I'm just waiting on the rest of the signatures.
So on when you submitted that report,
They've accepted it.
and you submitted the budget and
The first part, yes, ma'am.
you're.
I'm just
planning on going
waiting.
down front.
Yes, ma'am. I'm just waiting on that. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have one question about the grant. So on the grant, are most of the projects you've done with the grant money, is it during regular hours, or you leave for the weekends,
For if whatever we need.
whenever it kind of comes?
Well, again, we had the situation of Canal 13.
Right.
So I had them work Friday till 5,
Mhm.
and I had them work Saturday to clear that up. So, but most of it is done during working hours.
Right.
That was the only time that we did it, so.
Yeah.
And we had a crew, but of course, the long neck, 50-foot excavator broke down,
Oh, long stick.
the long thing. And then the loader as well, they both were down. So we had to stop what we were doing. And that's where Mr. Cotton was, asking when we were gonna get back there, and it would have been this week. But because he was in a pickle with the semi truck coming through and doing that, when I spoke to you, your person, and I spoke with Steve, I went ahead and I made the executive decision, and I had them go in there and move that stuff. But we had just got both repairs done on that Wednesday, I think it was Wednesday afternoon.
Yeah.
So, and that's the only reason why we were able to get back in there. But if not, I would have to wait for the service of both of them, because our mechanic did not have the ability to fix those 2 pieces of equipment.
Yeah. As far as the grant, it'll cover the overtime and all that?
Yes, sir, yes, because that is a part of it as well. That was the last thing that was added to it. And what they did tell us was that, there's more money in the resiliency funding. There's millions and millions of dollars that are available. And I spoke with Ovid, which is our grant manager, the one that's in charge. And I always ask them questions in regards to that, because I don't want to make a decision that it does not pertain to me. But they did bring up that there's more money, so if there's extra projects that we have in-house, which this project was something that we spoke about when we first started last year, on Canal 13, which is a flood zone. It's a flooding area. So it is part of, something that we put in there, and they did accept it. And Mr. Steve Dobbs could speak more on it when he comes back, and give us more details, because he's been on all the calls as well.
Yeah, I know there was speaking, whenever Daniel brought up the thing about the overtime, I think the biggest, concern is that we was assuming that, because I know you said that these projects would be covered, even the overtime, so you said, don't worry about the overtime, that's all gonna be covered, and then that's what I said,
Except for us running.
have we got any payment back for that to say yes? I don't think we're at that stage yet, and
Exactly.
that's why I think the thing was, what we're trying to figure out is, can that really be done? Because if you have a $1.2 million, grant, and if you utilize it all for overtime, that 1.2 is gonna end up this small whenever it should be for something. And then it
I
becomes,
agree.
and it could turn into a problem, you know?
I agree.
And then it turns into make a money-making deal, and,
No.
you know, I think that's why whenever Daniel brought up, it kinda opened up a little more, you know, our 1.2 make sure it gets as far as it can instead of setting it just for certain things and the overtime.
Yeah, ours is a 4.4, they didn't give us a 400, for administrative. But they did award us the $4 million. And like they said, I asked for permit, I asked the state, and Miss Heidi's still part of it, and Andrea, they're the ones that have been in front of it. Of course,
Yeah.
it changed with 3 different people before they'd actually established people that are over and overseeing our grant at the head of the state. So, because we had like 3 different people that we had to, and it was re-entering the information and giving them updates and what. And so what we asked was about the culverts, if they're collapsed, it is a liability for us, you know. And they were like, as long as you guys document everything you have, we could come out, inspect it. I take pictures before, I take pictures after. I surrender the pictures to them. I tell them how many staff were actually there and doing that. So I am working on them. That is Canal 7, you know. You know, and it took 5 guys, and they were there till 11 o'clock at night, you know, to make sure that the community is safe and we're not leaving it halfway done and somebody falls into the canal or something like that. So, yes, sir,
Yeah,
but that's what it
and
is.
that's why the other thing too is like keeping track of the budget, because even though we're assuming we're gonna get reimbursed, we're still using out of line item accounts, and then we gotta make sure that we don't end up overspending, and then if they say, you know, so let's say we spent 1.2, and they say we're only gonna give you one, the other 200,000 where, then we gotta make sure that it lines up, and not gonna end up in the negative.
I agree with you.
And I'm sure you're probably keeping up with where we're at within all that.
Yes, sir.
Up to date.
Yes, sir. Yeah. And
All right, thank you. Next, Mr. Ruiz.
puedes hablar en español.
Buenas noches.
Bueno,
Yo vengo porque tengo 2 terrenos y entonces por el medio de los 2 terrenos pasa una cosa que se llama el istmo y entonces quería pedir permiso de si se pueden hacer una sola propiedad.
estás hablando de esta propiedad está pegada con otra propiedad.
Sí,
Can somebody look on that? Well, I'm looking for this, can somebody address that? Because I think we've already given permission, he just has to fill out the same paperwork.
Yeah, but it's a case by case, so they have to come in front of the board, and he owns the 2 properties next to each other, it's just the easement. So he's asking for that
I think what
permission.
what you said before, I mean, this is gonna be streamlined now, we have a form, but you wanted to make sure that on a case by case, when somebody wants it or needs it, you look at the map and go, nope, I need this.
I don't think that'd be wise. How can you do that when you tell people that it's open game? I'm gonna tell them it's a case by case basis.
So you just
How do you-
wanna release everybody? I mean,
That's what the whole intent was for, is to release all the easements.
Well, so I'm gonna touch on that, because I brought that up, and then the board said no. Because they said that this has to be case by case, because there's some that we might need the easements, we might not. Because I even told them that if it's gonna be like that, every time the board changes, and if there's a conflict of interest or there's a problem, then it could get bad. That's why I was, and I even said, this should just be streamlined, abandon it, and that doesn't even recommendation, you just say get rid of it. Some board members wanted to keep some of them, and I agree with Mr. Meyer, I believe we should streamline it, and just, if you fall within that,
I don't think we have any choice.
and do
We never got-
do we know, like, are all easements?
I actually,
That was the
I have a map
biggest
right here with
concern,
all of them.
because we were waiting
Oh, I
for
actually-
our
I actually
engineer, and when our engineer the new engineer came in and got appointed, he never got back to us if we would ever need any of the easements, because that was the standing question. Would we ever need them in the future? And due to him never giving us a clear answer, we just left it as a
Case by case.
case by
So
case basis.
what's the problem that we're seeing, and we agreed to it as a board, so I'm on this board, so I have to take ownership as well, is as we're developing, as we're growing, I'm pretty sure they're gonna look at some of this and say, hey, you know, some of this easement should have never been given over. My personal opinion, but I don't think we could, if we open it up, I don't see how you can do it on a case by case basis. I don't see the point of that.
just effectiveness, I mean, you'd have everybody coming in, and then if you say yes to 5, and then one you say no to, it's gonna start, so it's like, you know, was good for one, should be good for all, leave it at that. And
So I'm looking at his property right now, we don't have great reception here.
So just so there's clear then, so is that the majority of the board wants to direct Becky to henceforth, when someone comes in, they just fill out the form, it does not need to go to.
I would say, I would definitely, we've already let the horse out the stall. I don't see you drawing it back, because like I say, what has to work one for, what has to work for one has to work for the other. How can you say, well, you know, I'm gonna grant you, but I'm not gonna grant you? I mean, easement's easement. But I really think in the future, it's gonna come back to bite us, my personal opinion, but I've been wrong on other things. What? What you laughing about over there?
Because it's been a back and forth, back and
But
forth.
the thing is, I'm telling you why the back and forth, I'm okay with it, either way, I'm okay with it. I'm just saying how Montura has grown,
The-
and then they're gonna say, okay, I need to run water lines, I need to run sewer lines, I need to run, this, that, and the other. Where is these easements at?
Yeah, they are.
most utilities are gonna run within your right of ways anyways. I mean, we have 60, 80 foot right of ways.
Not all.
And,
Not all.
we got 60, 80 right of ways.
So he's right here,
What kind of
he's
right
got
of
that
way?
little 5,
Is it a
10.
global utility right of way?
No, but if you look at the cities and stuff, you know, most of them don't have little alleyways like that. And then if you actually look at the way, because there's a whole map with everything, done, and if you look at it, it doesn't make sense, 'cause it only goes in certain areas. It's not, if it would have been every block,
Yeah, it's not
then I
every
can
block.
see it dividing, you know, for where there's 2 lots, I can see that, but then it's just some here empty, and then you have, another right of way easement for that, and it doesn't make sense, because if you actually look at it, I wouldn't see how they use that to designate water or utility to anybody. That's more, you know, one side, maybe if he sees it, he understands something different than me, but, I mean,
No, it's okay, it's okay. The only thing that I'm trying to do is prevent us, and in the future, when this becomes different, 'cause we're all evolving, right? And they're gonna say, hey man, I need that property back. They should have never gave me that, they should never give me that property.
And that's gonna be a bigger.
No, that's lawsuits. But again, that's fine. Huh?
Can't take it back.
Can't take it
All right.
We're gonna have to buy it back, not take it
All
back.
right.
Okay, so, exactly.
I'm okay with it. I see where his one property butts up. He has like a 10-foot easement from in between one and another on North of Steve-O.
That's, what? Which address was it?
465 north of Steve-O, so he owns this lot, and he owns this lot, and he has an easement that comes across it. He has like a
It's a 10-foot.
10-foot easement, yeah, it's like about a 10-foot
Yeah, it's the same
easement.
one
So
on
that's
the
his
map.
dwelling, that's his lot, and there's that easement.
That's probably the same reason why
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is. It goes straight down.
Yeah.
I have no issue with it, so it's pretty much right there. He has the house, he's got the trailer on one side, he's got the empty lot. No creo que nosotros tenemos problema con eso. Necesito nomás firmar los papeles que ella necesita, entonces, igual como otros papeles
Second
que...
part to this.
Yeah, pasó. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, just so, I'm still not clear. So you're gonna delegate the authority for Becky just to do these routinely, not go to the board for approval.
So, as a board, let's go ahead and deal with the elephant in the room. There's another problem here. We have taken some of their properties at the end, and I'm pretty sure you know what I'm talking about, the ends.
Some of the cul-de-sacs?
Exactly.
Yep.
That needs to be given back to the landowners as well.
Straighten out the.
Exactly. See this area right here?
Yeah.
This property line should go to here and then that way.
Yeah, because what's happening is that at the
Hold
end of
on,
that cul-de-sac.
we're talking, hold on, we're talking.
At the end of the cul-de-sacs, I know that through a maintenance problem, they're gonna have maintenance problems just because everything ends up wanting to wash in. By the time you get down there, that it's a canal what you have, and once, if we do straighten it out, the conveyance of the water is gonna be a straight shot to a culvert instead of having to go around and all that stuff. So it's just, they had, back in the day, the cul-de-sacs just for people to turn around, maybe put mailboxes and stuff down there.
Mailboxes, what are you talking about?
It's a real pain.
But do you agree with that as well? That should be given back
Oh, yeah.
to the landowner?
It was done years ago.
So for instance, if I own this house, it's somewhere close to your house, if I own this house, I want that property. That's my property. I mean, they gave it up, so to speak,
that's how it is in the books, that's how it's platted, or that's how it's, thing, but that, if I was that owner, I'd want that.
Because right now,
I
for
want
you
my property
to
back.
get that
You're
straightened
right.
out, it's $800, and the landowner has to pay for it to get straightened out.
Exactly.
And that's not, I don't think landlord should be having to pay that to straighten out something that should have never, it's just a poor design from Pan America, and we're dealing with it now. So at some point, and whenever Central County starts doing these end culverts, all they're gonna have to do is fill in that section and make it straight, and it's gonna be easier for them to maintain at the end of all this. I don't know.
So John, going back to what you
Get some
said,
permission, it's not like they use it at all.
we'll see what the board says, but since we're talking about this hot topic, I would say anybody that comes in, we need to give their property back to them. That's the way I thought we had set it up. My bad, I didn't know it was a case by case basis.
Yeah, we just go by case by case.
Yeah.
Start up for a vote, I'll second it.
I can't put a motion anyway.
I'll put the motion.
Can we do that now, or?
Yes, please.
So we have a motion on the floor to give back the property and the easements that, are in,
When requested.
when requested.
Right.
When requested, give the properties back. Becky, I guess you would have the paperwork, right? Just come to the office, there's no need for anybody, I say going forward to come to the board, just give them back their property, if there's any questions.
So for cul-de-sacs, that's gonna be a separate motion, or we include it for this?
No, I think it should be all included.
Okay, so we'll just go. ahead and
Agreed,
vote.
board or not?
Yeah, anybody got any,
You own a corner lot? Stop it. In lot, stop it.
anybody on the board got any questions, concerns?
So in my opinion, I don't know what it was there, I think Mr. Shuff spoke on it briefly. I think it was, the last lot was just like a turnaround. But again, that property owner had to give up that property.
Yeah.
The original landowners had to give up that property.
Super hard to maintain too.
And then we charged them, if they wanted to straighten it out, then we charged them to straighten it out. Because of the, yes.
Yes.
$800.
Sure, you don't remember, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because we
correct.
have to, yeah.
So I'm okay, you guys wanna discuss it, I'm okay giving those end pieces back as well as the easements without having to come before the board. Anybody wanna talk about that?
I would suggest for the time being, let's do it one at a time and see what's happened, because if we open that like that and then later on, for whatever reason, we can't, we need that piece of, property or that easement, and then we're stuck.
We're stuck already though.
So I got one
No,
question.
not really, we're not stuck right now.
What if we
We're doing one
really
at a
gave one
time.
away that we shouldn't have? Now what? Now it's basically a missing
We've
block.
already done that, bro. That's what I'm saying, the horse is already
I
out.
would say, a case at a time, not wide open.
Okay,
That's my opinion.
all right, that's cool. Anybody else, Ms. Cortez, Santiago?
I'm tired of hearing about it.
Which part?
There's no problem doing that. I mean, again, I think one of you said that, I think originally they probably envisioned, central water and sewer. I don't think
A
that's.
long way away.
Yeah, that's.
Sure. It's quite a few ways.
And most of the turnarounds at the end, in the future, they're gonna end up being through roads.
These places,
So-
they just take a
It'll be better for fire department and stuff. Instead you have to come down and go all the way around a block, now you can just jump over. Some neighbors might not like it, but at some point there's gonna be structures there for people to go across in the future. So, be a very well connected, town.
Building bridges.
Right?
This is cheap. Good.
So in reference to these easements as well as these cul-de-sacs, exactly, where they're cul-de-sacs, do we want as a board, do we have a motion to move forward to let the office just take care of everything that comes in and it's already pre-agreed? Or do we do it on a case-by-case basis? So can I get a motion for either one first?
I'll make a motion just to streamline it, let's just get out of that headache. And for cul-de-sacs and the easements.
So he pretty much, Mr. Self, just to correct me if I'm wrong, is the motion on the floor is that the office will, and as they come in, as our landowners come in and ask for these easements, fill out that paperwork, there's no need to come before the board for approval.
Correct.
So we have a motion on the floor for that. Do we have a second?
Aye.
We have a second on the floor by Mr. Santiago. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I oppose over here.
Got you.
Can I answer just for clarification? Are the ones that have been coming here is because you own two lots in this
Sure.
unit? Do you do a unity of title, or you're keeping them as two separate lots?
Oh, business fee.
It would,
So yo sí, si yo quisiera unirlos.
claro que sí. It's gonna help him for tax reasons.
No, and so I think when you do a unity, it makes sense to release it. What if someone comes and says, I own one lot and I have another, but I want it released? Is that okay too?
Well, there are situations, especially on Arboleta, there are situations in between Arboleta and 833. Most of the, in certain areas of it, there's easement, there's a nice 20-foot easement there that both landowners have to give up.
10 and 10.
Yeah.
So it's Senate, then do you, and is it, they?
Not with this gentleman, this gentleman is 10 feet.
Yeah, he's landlocked in between both.
Exactly, he's
Can I put a
landlocked.
fence, if I wanna put a fence between me and my neighbor, can I put it on the easement?
Once you get this approval, yes.
No, but before you can't.
No, of course
You
not.
have to do a setback
Of course,
before you put in your fence.
of course.
Yeah, so it's just like anything, you know, if me and Daniel has two properties next to each other, it's a 20-foot, I can't take the 20-foot, it has to be
Exactly.
10 and 10, because we gave up 10 per
But they
property.
still do that out here, don't get me wrong. A lot of people have taken other people's 10 feet as well. But until you get surveyed, then you say, oh, hey, you encroached on my property. Once you do a survey, and then you'll know exactly what belongs to you. But the survey will look at the plat as much as possible, and then they'll go by the things that say, okay, you know what, your land stops here, this right here, this 10 foot or 5 foot is the easement.
Yeah.
But once they come and do this paperwork, that will be released,
Yeah.
and they have access to their property.
I'm sure
Can I
it'll
say
be-
one thing? I didn't fill out a thing.
Hold on one second if you will, yeah, let's finish right quick, but
It's about the temp.
I understand, yeah, hold on one second, let's finish here, and then we'll let you come up.
If there's any type of clarification, that we might have to write up something small, just like notes, like, because we know that everything through 833 is 20, and the only way you're gonna take that 20 foot is if you own two conjoining properties, and if you don't, 10 and 10, unless you end up buying it. Just something to where there's some type of clarification, it could be something small, I mean, we only have a 10 foot, 20 foot easements there, right? Unless we don't have nothing else?
No, on 833 and Arboleta, those are 20-foot easements.
Right, and everything
That are
else,
running south to north, north to south.
yeah, east, west, be all 10 foot.
Exactly.
The issue is gonna be, just real practically, so this gentleman, he owns both lots.
Absolutely.
So the legal is already there because it's in the easement. If you are, you're gonna have to survey it.
Right.
Again, pay that to survey half of the easement.
Yeah. Which most people, if they come in to get that done, I'm sure they're gonna survey so they can put their fence in the other.
But he doesn't have, so again, so let's say for instance he joins those two lots, right? He doesn't have to get an easement to join those two lots, because in the record book, he already has it. All he has to do is join them together. He has two separate lots right now, All he has to do is go get a warranty deed or a quick claim deed, whatever he wants to do, and join them two together with the county. Is that simple?
If not, you can't conjoin it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because the taxes are higher.
Usually called a unity of title.
It's called a unit title, yes, sir. That's all he has to do, and he can do that without surveying.
Right.
Yeah.
Because they'll look in the record book and say,
Well, he's got
you're
two
right.
legals, but he doesn't.
Exactly.
Yeah, but the easement.
Now when he
won't
comes-
join it with,
Right.
if there is an easement. Now, if the easement is abandoned, then he could join it and then he could conjoin his both properties. Same thing that Tony's trying to, because he can't conjoin his two because of the easement. Once that is vacated,
The only disadvantage of joining your lands together is
They don't do it.
yes, you can.
Yeah, you can.
Yes, you can.
Most local governments.
You can. It's a fee.
Won't be happy about it.
No, they're okay with it. You just gotta pay for it. The only problem for
So you're not
whoever,
gonna build in the middle, then you're gonna only build on one
eggs,
of the two.
most likely,
Yeah,
absolutely. Yes,
Because if you build.
yeah, if you join them both together, you can't separate them.
Right.
You build your house in the center,
right,
is what they told me. But as long as you build a house on one side
sure.
and you join it, then the tax is lower a little bit. But he goes, it's as simple as,
Absolutely.
joining them, it's as simple as unjoining it. They do charge you a fee when you take it apart.
In our county, yes, sir.
Yeah.
The only
But to
thing,
join it, it's like, I forgot that when I did did the first two, 440 and 450, 460 and 450, it was like $2 and change, and the lady told me, don't even worry about mailing in a check for $2. I'll mark it down paid. You know,
Right.
said, but she says, when you break them apart, then they will charge you. Gruesome tells you one thing, LaBelle went over there, completely different, night and day. I mean, they have no idea what they're doing over there. LaBelle told me absolutely, exclusive, so you can't join them, there's no possible way. I went to LaBelle, the lady goes, it's joined, it's $2 and change. I go, you take a credit card? She goes, no, you can mail us a check. So I told her, okay, I'll mail you a check, I don't have a check with me. And it was like $2.70, don't worry about it, you know? Some other else, I guess she was a supervisor, she goes, don't worry about it, hey. And she took care of it, she goes, don't mail a check for $2.17. So it's pretty simple.
So, Mr. Ferrell, the only thing is, say for instance, Mr. Ruiz, after he joins them together in the future, if he wants to build his daughter a home, all he has to do is separate them and build a house over here. You know what I'm saying? In the future. But when you join them, you can't. You can only do so much on the property. But what else? So we can finish this off. You had a
Oh,
question?
you're good. No, that's it, thank you, you answered.
So approve 4-1 for the landowners to come in and, you know, take care of that. As well as
With the details of what Mr. Self said,
which was what?
which is if there's a 20-foot easement, it's 10 and 10, unless there's.
Of course, yeah, you can't take
Okay.
the other
No,
ones. Yeah.
I want to make sure that when,
Yeah, you can only take what in the record book says that your parcel ID is for.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't take your neighbor's
but I
name,
believe
yeah.
there's a property right on 833, if I'm not wrong.
Okay.
2 lots over from where Amico gas station is, which is the brick, it's a Brazilian home, the owners are Brazilian.
Yeah.
And their property backs up with the easements, but it's off-centered. It's literally like split between 2 and theirs. So it's a weird, and that's why I'm making sure that if it's 10 and 10, you know, that we're not.
Yeah, because I think originally when they did their fence, used to actually go into the easement, and then I think they had to move it
Absolutely.
because of the.
But
deal
the
with
corner one,
Yeah.
it's off to the other
Yeah.
owner as well.
Yeah.
So I just wanna make sure that we're clear that we're gonna do the 10, if it's a 20, and if it's a 10-foot easement, and they're 2 different owners, they can only have 5.
Yeah, we can
Okay.
split it.
And if there's any question, because say for instance, that's not what you do for a living, right? If there's any questions, just let the homeowner know.
You have to come.
Not only that, maybe reach out to Mr. Dobbs to help you out, but hey, you can only get your part of your land.
Okay.
You can't get your neighbor's 5 foot or 10 foot.
Which you
Or
guys
20
did
foot.
give us permission in the past for the 5-foot easement, but not for the 20. So I just wanna make sure
Sure.
that I'm on the same page.
It's for the whole
and
kit and
yeah.
caboodle as well as the end piece.
Okay, all right. And I got the paperwork anyway, and I'm a notary, so I can do that for it.
Did you want to speak?
No, I was just gonna say, make sure.
I'd rather you stand up here.
But you already said it, you know, make sure whoever's like if I own 1 acre and somebody else owns 1,
Sure.
make sure I don't come in and say, well, you know, I'm claiming my thing and try to take the 10.
Yeah,
They go,
absolutely.
that happened in Hialeah with the easements.
That happens out here.
When they gave the easements back to everybody,
Yes.
well, some neighbors never went to the meeting,
Yeah.
and unfortunately, I don't know if anybody's from Hialeah, but they had easements in the back. I know because my aunt lives there, and the neighbor over here would say, well, hey, the guy never moved his fence, so he put it all the way to her fence. Well, legally, half was half, and a lot of arguments started, you know?
Of course.
So, you know, yes, make sure they
Yeah.
document like that.
And all they have to do, Becky, is, cause some people.
But thank you to all of you guys.
Thank you for being patient with us, but just, a lot of people are gonna do that, what they shouldn't do. But when they get them surveyed, you will see if people encroaching on other people's property. And that still happens out here, unfortunately.
But I think what we just decided on, we did it right. I think we nailed it, and we're gonna make sure that we gonna be doing any crazy stuff.
Cool deal. Alright, so that's public comments, keep your comments to yourself. Moving on to the agenda. 4 is the old and new business. On the first and foremost, approval. Becky, you wanna talk about it?
Yes,
Approval
it
for
was just, you
2025
guys,
meeting dates?
we went over the meeting dates back in November, and everybody got a list of them. And I had to put the 7 PM on that, and you guys said that it was from December's agenda.
Gotcha.
Okay, so that's all it was, and then, if I may, so if you guys would just, approve it, so I can, it's already posted on our website, because by law we have to have it, and it's been, in the newspaper as well, for the year. So all I need is the board's approval.
With that, I remember we discussed before, well, after that briefly, about when we do the budget workshops, because sometimes they could become,
It's already approved,
Yeah, the dates are there as well.
yeah. They're not
It's
on
the
they're
date,
not on
the
same-
Tuesday right before
I don't have,
our meeting,
Yeah, they're not on the same, they're not on the same day for me.
correct. Yeah, that's been there, it's everything, all the dates are there.
Any other questions by anybody, any other board members on these, the FY 2025 meeting dates? None, can we get a motion on
Make a
that?
motion.
We have a motion on the floor for approval for 2025 meeting dates. We have a second? Aye. We have a second on the floor. All in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Next, going on to B, discuss and vote master plan proposal for clubhouse. Ms. Hernandez, would you, district manager? Interim district manager, would you like to speak on that?
Yes, Mr. Dobbs gave me, the quote, I forwarded with December's, agenda. If you guys didn't get it, and Mr. Dobbs, I would like for him to be here as well, so he can kind of touch on that, so we can just table it,
Sure.
okay?
I
So,
have no problem with motion. Anybody have a problem,
Passing that on to the next meeting to Mr. Dobbs is here to speak on that.
That's fine.
anybody opposed to it?
how long has he had is the plan complete?
no, you guys gave me permission so that they could start doing it in phases,
Okay.
but we needed to get a master plan first. And in order for them to do the master plan, they gave me a quote of 15,000.
So what's gonna do, an architect is going to
No,
design
yeah.
our 17 acres, 16 acres, whatever, how to design it, how we're gonna build this thing out. And then as we approve projects, we have to, go with, in phases, how to make the thing happen.
Okay.
Water park, and Liberty River,
South Park.
dog park, we got pickleball, tennis,
Okay.
racquetball,
Yeah.
right? Indoor soccer,
All right.
indoor soccer, I love the shooting range part, that's a good thing, that might be a good thing.
All right, Wellington.
Let's go. So we'll pass that for the next one. Next on C, discuss and vote on horse accessibility entrance to the reservoir. Mr. Shelton, you wanna
Yeah.
speak on that, please?
Yeah, I had, sketches and stuff that they use in national parks for horses to enter. So, people in the community have been using the reservoir go horseback riding, but they haven't, I guess, crossed through the rocks. And they've had horses, one had the horse bust the hoof and hurt their foot, so they want to know if there's something that's more horse friendly, and some of the horses don't want to go over the rocks. So, I thought I had the different designs. I guess I left them at home. So we don't have to vote on it today, but I just kind of wanted to bring it back up, and maybe we could do something that's more
Which rock?
safer.
Let me ask you, which rock are we talking about?
The ones that are here at the reservoir
At the
entrance.
gate, at the
At
gate.
yeah, because there's no way for them to enter kind of safely, so the horse have to kind of jump over the
I
rocks.
understand.
So,
Can I give a suggestion?
Yeah.
If you'll email them to me, I can email it to the board so they can have it ahead of time.
Yeah.
And they can look at it, and you guys can look at the design, and then that way, if it's whichever designs you guys choose for the next meeting, if it's something that you guys wanna approve, it's
Yeah.
already there.
Can it be fabricated, something fabricated?
But-
it's super
Yeah.
cheap. They're using them in parks, they're keeping it where dirt bikes and motorized vehicles can get in. There's a bunch of different ones, they're all done in what do they call it, national parks and stuff like that. So, real safe, real easy to use,
But-
super cheap.
But also with him saying that, if I'm not mistaken, we already approved something like that.
No, we approved that horses could go in, but the access to it is, like I said, I haven't looked at it.
Yeah, because I brought that up
Access,
before and
we did
it was shot down,
We did it.
and then now I'm bringing it back up, yeah.
I think the biggest issue is
It wasn't dirt bikes.
Is
that
the
it was-
deterrent.
Yeah.
is deterrent, so I'm not sure if anybody, the board members have been out there, but if you go down to the end of Hunting Club, and hopefully our team has already, put the rocks back in place, but people are moving rocks to get over onto the reservoir. So that'd be dirt bikes, that'd be unfortunately quads and all stuff like that. those kinds of things, to let the community know, those types of things will help not open the reservoir. Those things work against us, so we need to educate our community. We all wanna have fun, but when we do practices like those, that affects us, so,
Yeah.
we just have to be patient and hopefully, things open up, but if people start doing that, that can really mess up stuff because they don't know where they're going.
Yeah, because the way that it's designed for horses, that a horse could bend, dirt bike is just what it is, and you
Right.
can't, even if you stuck it in, you're gonna get jammed in a corner, you won't be able to turn it all the way around and actually send it out the other way. So they've already went past that, because some people used to pick up the dirt bike and walk it, and then, so they already have all that to where,
Right.
you're gonna have to throw it over it.
That sounds good. I think that's a nice ride in there, especially the way it's grown up. It'd be a nice ride.
Yeah. Yeah, so we'll just table that for next meeting, I'll get y'all the plans and stuff.
So you'll email me that, so I can,
Yeah, correct.
okay, I can forward it to the board.
Okay, moving on, vote, discuss and vote consideration and adoption of performance measures as required by state law. Mr. Camaro, you want to speak on that?
Where are the performance measures? Are they in the backup?
They were in,
I brought them.
this was from December's.
Yes.
Yeah, everybody had a copy of them. So I don't know if they went over them or not. If not, we can table it till the next meeting, Mr. Tomorrow.
Or we have to come up with a goal or plan.
Oh, that's, yeah, that's.
I drafted it.
We did draft it.
You put on the agenda in December. You said you wanted to review it.
Yeah, because I remember I asked you to add the ditches on it, which you,
You gave me
Yeah,
comments, I incorporated them.
yeah. Yeah, because that's the only thing different they changed from that,
Right.
was as far as the ditches, the miles that we're supposed to complete. Everything else still stays the same.
And may I say, we're already 2 months late. This is the first year it's been done. You can change it every year, year after year. Sometimes it's better to get with the Chevy to go and not wait for the Cadillac. If we should just adopt it and you can toy with it later, next year, next month. But we're past the deadline.
Yeah, I reviewed all of it.
Yeah.
And,
And and everybody, all districts are, everybody's trying to figure out how, it's the first year, I'm sure there'll be great templates next year. I just recommend that you just adopt what we have and let's file it, because we have to file it with the state.
Up for discussion, board?
I read it, I was in agreement, I'm good with it.
I briefly read most of it, but not thoroughly. I had other things that I was looking at as well.
Yeah, it's just a way for the, I just said someone's name, for the state to, regulate us.
Any objections on this side over here? So that, you need a motion, Mr. Primero, on that?
Please, yes.
Can we get a motion to, go with what we've been presented by our attorney, and then in the future, we make adjustments to it as needed?
Motion.
We have a motion on the floor, do we have a second? Second. We have a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Moving on to the next one, is discuss and vote, update on district manager interview results. Mr. Primero, you have the floor.
Yes, sir. Well, as I think you all know, you conducted a series of interviews on Saturday. Let me just get my notes. Okay, so you interviewed 5 people. Mr. Schultz, Mr. Day, Ms. Hernandez, Mr. Moreno, and a Mr. Emiliano Hernandez. Mr. Day withdrew his application. So now you have 4 candidates before you, Mr. Schultz, Ms. Hernandez, Mr. Moreno, and Mr. Emiliano Hernandez. You scored, and all that's, by the way, all your score sheets, everything's all public record. And so I'm just gonna, I believe Steve shared all the scores with you on Saturday, but I'm just so that everyone here is aware. The scores are as follows. Roger Schultz received 38 points. Is he here? Oh. He received 38 points. Mr. Day, who withdrew, received 36 points. Ms. Hernandez received 35 points. Mr. Moreno received 24 points, and Mr. Emiliano Hernandez received 18 points. So that's the outcome of the score sheets that you use. So at this point, you need to, well, you have a few options. Option one is do nothing. And I'm not recommending, I'm just giving you the universe of options. Do nothing is one option. Option number two is decide to repost the position and see if there's other applications out there. The next option is to vote and make a decision to fill the position with a permanent individual. And I don't believe you had those conversations. I know you didn't vote. You couldn't vote. Remember, what we, like when you advertise a workshop, you can't vote. It's information. Same thing with the interviews. That was an informational process. So now, today is where you consider your options, and one of which is to vote and select an individual for the district manager position. And again, this is something that you can discuss now at a public meeting amongst yourselves, and then decide how you want to move forward.
All right, board, you wanna discuss this?
Yeah,
The floor is open.
I recommend we just vote for somebody today, get the process over with, and move forward. It's been a long, drawn-out process, and I think that it's about time for us to make that decision and just put this to rest, and then just start moving forward.
All right, anybody else?
Yes. So back in September, the board, with majority had voted that if there was any late applications that were submitted into your office, they were voided. They can never apply again. After a further investigation of it, I thought that all applications that were submitted were thoroughly vetted through your office. After looking to seeing that we did accept numerous amount of late applicants after the first batch and the second batch, so my question to the board at the time was, the order that the board had given with a majority, how come those applicants that were submitted late made it all the way to the finals? That was my first question to Stephen. He said he couldn't answer it, to wait for you. My second question is, if your office conducted a thorough follow-through of each and every candidate, how come we had candidates on there that had put other districts and cities through lawsuits present before us? So I had to do a follow-back on the applicants that did come before us, and I don't think it was a great process that was taken. And I understand that your office usually doesn't deal with stuff like that, that this was a far-off thing that we had asked you to do. If we're giving a fair process, I think we should be fair on what the board had voted at that time, and that was a majority. And I've seen through emails that were sent to your office directly, following up on that, there were still applicants that went against with the board's decision and made it through. And then the applicant, Mr. Day, for example, who had put a whole city through a lawsuit just to get him out of a contract. I don't think that was someone who should have came before us, regardless of the credentials that he did have, because I don't feel like it was a fair dual process on our half as the board coming from you guys. So with all that being said, I stand on my decision that I spoke with Stephen about. If the board wants to vote today, then I will vote. But to be transparently fair to the citizens, I don't think it was something that should have been conducted in the manner it was conducted. There was applicants and candidates that made it all the way to the finals, like I said, that should have never made it there. So we come with our moral responsibility to our constituents, but we also come to our legal responsibility and doing the due diligence, and making sure that what the board, who is the governing board, had ordered is executed to the fullest of his ability, and it wasn't. So that's my motion on that, and my opinion on that. So that's all, Chair.
All right, anybody else on the, board have anything they'd like to discuss on this matter here? Mr. Manager? Done on this side, so what is the path forward for this board on this, position for district manager?
My motion that I put forth is we keep the current manager that we have. As every person knows, when you start a new position, because she is our interim manager, she's on a 90-day probation. If the board feels, as I brought this up when I was the chair, that she is not fit after the 90 days, we can have a vote if we think we need to find a new district manager. Not being biased, as some people have stated being biased, I believe she's done a great job working under numerous managers. As the assistant district manager, she was under budget the past year, and there are many criteria that she has through the state of Florida, as well as special districts, that she presented to us that I didn't even know. On top of that, she's also our grant manager, and since she's been here, she has helped the board, the previous board, and the current board, bring in grants, working with OVID, and many local organizations and businesses here to help serve our community. That's one side of the coin. The other side of the coin were the applicants that were brought to us. There were some very good far off candidates, but due to our dual process and the governing board of Central County, and certain legal things that weren't followed through to the fullest, she's the only standing candidate that I think will be fit at this moment to resume that position. So that's my motion.
All right, with that motion on the floor, do we have a second? Mr. Santiago is making the motion, do we have a second on the floor? No second, all right, do we have another motion?
And my motion is to vote for a manager.
You gotta be more specific, bro.
So, you know, my person would be Roger Schultz. My motion would be is to vote for Roger Schultz to be the manager.
So we have a motion by Supervisor Self to make Roger Schultz the district manager for Central County. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Aye. What's the count? Becky?
3 nays and 2 ayes.
All right, does the board have another motion?
It's a circus.
This is democracy.
I
Does the
understand
board
that.
have a motion, another motion? This is
The public
democracy.
gets to talk?
Not on this one.
Oh, no, you guys voted that the public could have an input whenever, before you
No.
vote on anything.
Yeah, that's right.
Not, I'm the chair at this time, but not at this time, the board's making the motion.
My second motion, is we continue the process, but we find a different avenue, a third-party company to do the application process for us, that will fully vet the applicants' backgrounds, and on the application, state that they have water management experience or any certifications, as the application process was very broad, and it wasn't exact to what the district does. I did reach out to numerous districts upon how do they look and vet for other district managers, and they said rule of thumb is we usually have an assistant district manager that resumes that position. If there is no applicant at that time, they do find a third party to do all of the bidding for them, and they'll bring 3 candidates before us. That's my motion.
Yeah, so I wanna speak about something. I don't know how many of y'all reach out to constituents or workers or stuff, you know, I've contacted some of the workers. I wish they would have been here, you know, and this is something I get, and I feel bad for them because I used to be a worker here and I know how this stuff kind of works, you know. And whenever I reach out to the workers and I ask them, a lot of them are not happy what's going on here. And I really wish that they'd come up here one day and sit up there and say, because I hate having to speak for them, and I understand that they're worried about their jobs and stuff, you know, and I mean,
We have two employees right here. We have one, two, we have 3, 4 employees.
Yeah, I wish it was all here, where everybody gets to say what they wanna say.
We have 4 employees right here. How many employees do we have in total here that work here? Jackie?
4.
No, how many employees do we have that work here, since you're kind of right here, now, yes?
Oh, in total, there's 16 in total.
16 in total, so
Yes,
we
sir.
have we have a quarter of the employees here?
Yes.
Right. So either way, I mean, everybody knows that I speak to the employees. I hear good, bad, and ugly and everything, and it's like somewhere something's gonna have to change. Cause the way this stuff is going, I mean, they can't keep running this way. There's people from the community, and I'm not gonna say that everybody is upset with it, but a lot of people wants change. There's a lot of employees that wants change.
When you
So,
say the employees want change, you're talking in reference into the district manager position?
well, that and the way that stuff is ran here. They're not happy because the thing is that some of them don't feel that they have a good leader. Because the thing is like, this is what ends up happening, and it's nothing against the interim manager, but,
No,
but what ends up happening is that you gotta have somebody that has to be your go-to, so whenever nobody has an answer, and I understand we have an engineer, but you should be able to go to your manager, so that goes back to your thing with experience. If somebody doesn't know how to jump on a grader and crank up a 120M, so I don't know if they even know what that even is, right? So then, if they can't run it, what are they gonna do? They're gonna keep running to the engineer? And if the engineer doesn't know, then what happens? But that's just part of it, and then it even goes back to the roads and drainage. And I'm gonna tell you, certifications mean stuff to a certain extent, and some of it don't. Because there's a lot of people that have driver's license out there, and some of them shouldn't have a driver's license.
Amen.
So my whole thing is that anybody can say, I got this, okay? But if you're a certified equipment operator, show me that you can do it. Don't tell me, because I can flash all I want at you. And anybody here that hires anybody has seen it before. Everybody can come and say, I'm a certified heavy equipment operator. Get on it, I don't know how to crank it. So this is what I'm saying is that, we gotta think about the future Monterey. We know where we're at. We have a lot of hurdles and stuff, and, we need to get somewhere in a hurry real quick. Because there's a lot of stuff like Mr. Moreno. Whenever we interviewed you brought up a lot of stuff in the interview about stuff not being done that you don't bring up here as a supervisor. That is one thing that I would really ask you to bring out more, because there's a lot of stuff you brought up that was really true and I agreed with it. But the problem is that I don't think that the right time for you to do it was during an interview. You should do it as a board member, because you even said whoever's going to be the manager should know every piece of equipment and everything about Montura. But something that you have to bring to this as a board member too.
Let me say something,
Hold on,
please.
sir, hold on, sir.
You have brought up a lot of concern when I spoke that day over here.
Yep.
So why do I need to repeat myself about your concern? Everybody knows what's going on, so why need to be, follow up to them to all of that? Like the overtime, the make accountable the employee for their actions. So we don't know that. So why going over and over that? But we need to find a solution, find the right manager.
So this is what I keep saying. There are things that we're going through right now, and that has to change, and that never gets addressed, and it keeps going on. And I mean, there's a lot of stuff that we've asked about, for the interim manager or something. I'm gonna tell you, one of my biggest pet peeves is like the project going on off of Pinecone. There was no plan, there was no phases, we had zero defense against any type of lawsuit. I don't know if everybody was briefed on what was going on there. The landowner was really upset, and he was at the point where he was going to get his attorney involved, Mr. David Cotton.
Can you speak on that? How did that turn about?
Yeah, so I asked, and I sent a lot of emails to her asking her, hey, did we get permission to come in here? She says, yes. John said that we could get access. So I asked John, I said, John, are we allowed to clear trees, this and that? He said, that's not what was asked to me. What was asked to me is access, that we don't need any type of form saying that we have permission to go through there. So then that's it. So how are we cleaning a quarter mile down Pinecone and going north into somebody's property without no paperwork covering our butts from any type of liability? And he said, this is what I was told, not what I know is being done. Then I asked her, I said, Becca, this is what's going on. No, don't worry about it. I said, no, you have to worry. I said, well, I spoke with John and I spoke with Dobbs, and I said, I don't care who you spoke with. You work for the board. We're the one responsible for them. And at the end of the day, they're going to say, who allowed this? And then the thing is, this is where it goes back to communication. Did anybody here know what was going to be done on that project? We know that Canal 13 was going to be clean, but did anybody know that there was going to be culverts installed, given to the landowner, that that quarter mile was going to be cleared off, all the trees was going to be pulled out, we were going to move all that stuff out of his property?
As far as reference to the culvert, I don't think that landowner was getting any culvert, that was a temporary culvert.
That's correct.
That's a temporary culvert.
And he had to speak to the county,
Yeah, that's a
and
temporary culvert.
he knew, but I did explain that to him.
Okay.
Because he was supposed to pull a permit, and Mr.
Parker.
Shane Parker stated that they will put we could put a temporary one in, but he could not keep it there because he
For
didn't
the
want them to
landowner.
have access.
The
Have
only,
y'all told him he's not going to keep it?
I don't have it.
Have you told
I
him that he's not
I
gonna
don't
keep it?
have it permit, I don't talk to the.
That's
landowner.
right.
I'm telling you,
The
because
only-
I spoke with him for 3 hours. You know that. I spoke
I
with
know
him
you
for 3
told me
hours.
that you spoke to him.
And he said, if that culvert, he says, why would I let them destroy all my land? And he says, all he wants is his right-of-way restored. He says, and I want that culvert. So this is what I'm telling you. So now whenever, that's why I'm asking, did you tell him he's not getting that culvert?
That was, I explained to him that Shane did not give him
The only
the
culvert.
permission, that if he pulled a permit, he had to go pull the permit.
Right.
He said he was gonna do his due diligence to pull the permit.
The only,
He has not done any of that.
the only thing that I know that's probably been approved by the county is our access to our easement.
So now,
Hold on a second, let me finish.
yeah, so the deal is now, where is that on paper anywhere? All this that we're talking about, this plan, this permit, this, I had to find this out first from people in the community, like, hey, this, and that guy's mad. Go talk to him. And I told you, hey, could you reach out to him? And even when I spoke to you, I was getting stuff from him, not directly, but he just said, hey, tell him this. Until he finally said, I gotta meet with you. And then he laid it all out, and like he said, if XYZ doesn't happen,
So the landowner was upset?
oh yeah, heck yeah, yeah. And I wish all of y'all could reach out to him, because he'll take you for a ride and show you everything. And then this is what ends up happening. Like, this is a huge liability, and it's like, this is like a circus. Like, at this point, we shouldn't even be in. It's like, what are we doing? You know, it's on other people's property, pulling trees, doing all this stuff. You know, I understand that we needed access, but I didn't know that all that was being cleared out, and I didn't know for what reason. And the thing is, you never briefed any of us on it. Was anybody here briefed on what was going to happen in that whole project, or the phases?
I think you spoke on it. What was told to the board was that whole drainage area was going to be fixed and corrected because of the drainage not being able to drain that way, as well as they were excavating, they found out that somebody had breached our system and was dumping during rainy season. They were getting a lot of flow, so they found out where that was at. But that whole canal system was going to be addressed.
Yeah.
How it was going to be addressed, it's a different story. But yes, I think we were briefed the board was briefed at that time that they were going to address the canal.
Right, but things, no details. Like, there wasn't even a basic base plan with nothing. If that was a percent on a plan, it was 5. And the 5 is just for the communication that we're gonna be working, that we're gonna work on Canal 13. And this is what I keep saying, you know, when I spoke with John, like, we're in a pretty big pickle right here. Because if that guy right now tells you, get off my land, and all that stuff is there, what do we have to protect us?
We get off his property if that's what he asked for. Because
Have you seen what's on his property?
I pass by there every day I go to close to him.
So then what happens next?
If he asks us to leave off his property, we have to leave off his property. Just like I think I was told for them to, another thing I wanted to address, John, so you guys on the board will understand, we were addressing his concern, or the concern about debris on the land. So I had to go into town early that Saturday. I noticed the team out there working, quite a few people were working, getting it going, working hard at it, which I applaud them. The thing that I want to address, John, and everybody that does services for us, nobody gives direction to the manager, but the board. You need to make sure that it's crystal clear. Nobody gives direction, not even myself, I don't give direction. The board gives direction. Nobody that offers services to Central Counties can give direction.
Did anybody do that?
Oh, yes.
Who did?
It's in the email, it's there.
I know you're not looking at me.
No, I'm just saying, I said, I'm gonna provide
Oh, no,
service.
because if we're gonna address it, we gotta
Oh,
address it,
It's there,
you know?
but I'm saying, so just make sure
Because I know,
nobody gives direction to the
Well-
district manager or employees. It comes from the board. The
Yeah.
board gives direction to the manager and the.
I just
manager
wanna make
fulfills
sure that if you're referring to me,
I'm not referring to you.
hold on, cause
You're on the board.
huh?
You're on the board.
No, I know, because the thing is that I did have a conversation with the attorney.
You can
and
have
I
a
did-
conversation with
And I
the
did
attorney.
speak with her, and like I told her, I'm gonna make a recommendation. I said, I'm one, and.
Absolutely.
Okay, I just wanna make sure, because I don't like
No, no, no.
the mixed talk, like, we're gonna talk about it, let's
Oh,
go ahead and
yeah.
get it out.
But that's what I'm saying.
But-
No, I said, everybody that provides services to the,
Yeah.
to there,
Yeah,
it's not to get direction.
because the weekend that they was working, if nothing got moved that day.
It doesn't matter.
All this matters.
No, it
The
doesn't
reason
matter.
why are we here in this situation?
It doesn't-
Why?
that
You know
doesn't-
why? Because the same thing, it doesn't matter, they don't have time, it takes time away from the family, events and so forth. That's the problem, is that if you're gonna sit up here, do your job, put your time
Absolutely.
into it.
The thing is, you're
Put
absolutely
your time
right,
into
but
it.
as far as direction, nobody that offers services to Central Counties can give direction. Nobody. The board does it. Right, John?
Absolutely.
So let's make sure your office understands that. The
Yeah.
board gives direction.
Nobody.
Nobody.
If y'all know something more than what I know, please inform me on it.
I'm just saying, it's there, nobody's, Becky, if you get direction and it's not from the board, please bring it up to our attention ASAP.
And,
And that needs to be-
but this is,
And the only thing that I received was a recommendation from Mr. Self,
Mhm.
and then I had a follow-up email
That's fine.
from a different service, from the services.
Yeah.
What he's saying is not from you guys as a
Yeah.
recommendation. He's
I'm not
saying
talking about
others that-
recommendation.
yeah, because my whole thing, okay, so then why, is, cause see, that's the way it is, that how come is that she could go to the attorney or to our engineer and get the same thing, but they don't have to come to us? How come there's this,
They're supposed to.
no,
We're supposed to,
this has been that
we're supposed to be.
I bring this up at the meeting and say, how come all she has to do is go to either the attorney or here and say, no, everything's okay, but we're the ones that has to make the decision.
We do make
But
decisions.
now,
Go ahead.
you're
Not in the loop?
It's a big.
You're not in the loop
Oh,
of what's
what?
going on? You're not in the loop?
Oh, no, I know there's a big problem here. That
You're not in the loop?
It depends, because sometimes I gotta get stuff from outside information from people and stuff.
Because you're on the board, I mean, as plugged in as you are, you should know what's going on.
Oh, I know, believe me, I'm fully aware of everything.
That's what I'm saying. You should
You
know,
know?
right? That's what I'm saying.
So,
But as far as
let's
giving-
make sure, let's make
give
sure that's the
direction.
way, but let's make sure that's the way it's gonna be. So, if she's gonna get a certain legal direction from John or something from the
She
engineer,
can't. She can't get
does
direction.
it
from
all the
them.
time.
Well, it can't, it should be done. Correct, John? You should be giving direction
I'll
without
be
the board's
damned.
consent.
I'm not giving, Ms. Fernandez or any manager direction from time to time.
Recommendation is different.
They're dealing with a legal issue, and they ask me, what do I need to do, and I give them my advice.
That's right.
So shouldn't we know about that? Because it's district business. How is it that I have to hear something from somebody inside or somebody else that say, hey, this is going on, and then I have to ask and say, hey, oh no, I talked to John about this. Tell me, how does that work? Does that make sense? It don't make sense to me at all, zero.
And you're
referencing- so recommendations
Are
is
you
one-
referencing, what you're
No,
referencing now is?
there's lots of stuff, lots of stuff. I brought it up here many times before. This ain't the first time, brother.
I understand.
We've done this, we've been around this
But I
many
just wanted
times.
to clear the air, as a board, we're the ones that give direction to the manager, not the people that provide, not the companies that provide service.
Well, then let's start doing that then. Let's start doing that then, because it ain't happening.
We'll bring
It
it up.
ain't happening.
That's what these meetings are for, bring it up. If it's not happening, bring it up, because the board's the one that gives direction.
Brought it out in front of the board a million times. And it's just like, gets passed down, and now, whenever it's like there's an interest or something, then it's kinda like, oh, let's go and put the brakes down on this one. It's like, nah, man, you gotta be like that straight across the board.
Again, if you're encumbering them kinds of difficulties, bring that up with your manager, but well, then don't do it then. Whatever you want to do, you have the floor, and then you make sure later.
Back to the manager, the district manager, thing, to answer your question, I don't believe a leader has to know everything. I think a leader would appoint or put people in the position that they will dictate, and delegate, for that individual to do certain things. I don't think our district manager needs to know how to drive a grader. Do I think she needs to know how to maintain it, service it, and know certain things of the grader? Absolutely. I don't think our district manager needs to do certain criteria that has to deal with physically doing the work. I think they should know the scope of how it works, down to how the district operates and runs. Speaking for your candidate, he was great, but my opinion is I don't think he can deal with the office aspect of it. The reason you don't, and this is me speaking, I don't think you think Rebecca can handle the outside aspect of it. And we both can agree to disagree. But what I believe that makes the world go round is the operational of management, and what falls down in management is making sure that all of the team members are doing everything they need to do under the board's policies, making sure that our budget is well taken care of, which she has done. The other thing is making sure that projects and certain things of communication are being met. One of the things that she did voice is that she is going to work better on her communication. She said that verbally in her interview, and that was something that I took into consideration. Some of the things that your candidate had spoke on that our intern manager was criticized for was flooding. Your candidate said that the district had flooded many times while he worked here, and she was criticized about the district flooding in a 100-year rain. So there's things that we can come together as a democracy and agree on, and there's things that we may never agree on. But what I think is fair is fair. She's worked under Kelly. She's worked under the manager who sat in here for a while. Then we have Flacco, and now she's the intern manager. Yes, no one is perfect, and I'm not saying anyone is perfect. Do I think that there's things that are still needing for improvement? Absolutely. Is she willing to adapt and change to those things? Yes, she's voiced it in her interview, and they have been shown throughout the district. I have spoken with multiple of employees from the previous manager until now, and there is a shift change. Is it negative? No. Is it positive? Yes. There has been certain employees that have voiced their opinions negatively against her because she's held their hand, and now she's putting the firm hand saying, look, this is what you need to do. We have to perform, and these are things that need to happen. Like I said when I was the chair in November of 2023, I stated, if the employees do not have a certainty that she will become the manager, people are going to say, oh, okay, you'll be gone next month. When they realized almost a couple months had passed and she was still sitting as the intern manager, oh, she means business. She's not going to walk out the door. And I spoke with them before, I spoke with them during, and I spoke with them before making a decision, and they're in agreement. They feel like, there's stuff that has changed for her to become the manager. I've heard your concerns. I heard multiple other citizens' concerns. Our biggest concern as a water control district, one, is to provide services to our constituents, which is our ditches, our roads, our ditches, our swells, and recreation. They all fall equally on the platinum. When we tier them, yes, there are certain things that do need to be more addressed than others, absolutely. But not one is greater than the other, and that's my opinion. You voice that there should be tiers, that roads or ditches or swells are more important than the other. We can agree to disagree on that. But what I believe in, if we have a productive manager that's looking for us in getting resources and bringing things that can help us be more transparent and be more revealing to the community, that when I got on here, the community didn't trust Central County. And they felt like Central County was taking all of this money. But it was with misinformed information. Not all of their taxes comes to us, which a lot of them thought it did. Another portion of it was how we're governed. We only control the roads, the swells, the ditches, the canals, and the clubhouse. That's it. We don't control other aspects of it. When we misinterpret some of that information, a lot of hatred and a lot of pitiful energy will come towards this office that all of our employees have to deal with. And we have to be very mindful of that. We were elected to help serve our community, but also to adopt policies that will help our manager execute those to the best of her or his ability. Since I've been here, there's been policies that the board has voted down. There's been times that you've been here, drafted policies that the board has knocked down, and there's been some times where the board has agreed with you, just like me and everybody else. But we have to come to a census to acknowledge good behavior. Do I think that, yes, there are certain things that I was kept out of the loop as the chair? Absolutely. There were things that I called out our legal team on, saying, hey, the board had made a legal decision. Who is your office to dictate what goes left and what goes right? And these are things that I called out numerous times, and as the chair, I didn't have a voice. I was just here to conduct the meeting. Now that I'm back here as a regular board member and I have the power to make a motion, I have brought it up numerous times to address some of these biggest concerns. And I hear you when I was a chair, and I hear you now, and I hear many other board members. We have to consider what has been done and not look at, all the wrong. No manager that sits before us or has ever sit before us has never had anything not go the way they planned it to go. They deal with the day-to-day operations of the district. They are short-staffed, regardless if you say, 15, 20 years ago. Yes, it has not grown to the scale that it is at now and the amount of projects that they have to accomplish. If you go to different districts, different multiple districts, they do exactly what we do at a smaller scale, and they have a finance secretary, they have a receptionist, an administrative assistant, assistant district manager, then they have a shop manager, a field man. They have all these positions, and they're basically doing the minimum of work. We are fixing a 20-something year problem because we haven't raised taxes since 2020 when I got on here to help alleviate the deficit of the district. And now that we're completing projects and with the help of the board and the previous board and bringing in free money and making sure that we bring all of this stuff, we have to find unity. We're not going to agree all the time, but we have to find unity to move forward. We're harping on things that have happened years ago, and it's having a dramatic effect on our staff today.
I need to land the plane, but
So my ending of all of this is, let's have a census to agree to disagree. Give it a trial, and like I stated when I was the chair, when it first happened, let's not wait, because if we don't make a decision now, we are never going to make a decision. And now we're here at the finish line, and a decision wasn't made. And we're going to continue to keep this revolving door if we do not come and make a decision. After the 90 days, we will sit here again and discuss. Hey, this is what we thought about it, because now the state of Florida is giving us a progress report. So now we have to perform on what the state says, and that's what we agreed on. That was section of D that we adopted, right?
Yes.
Correct? So if we don't meet what we need by the state standards, that means our district is not performing well.
Right.
And we can hold that to our district manager.
So this is the thing, I have 20 years in water management, and 11 of them 20 years is here. The rest of them has been with the tribe, and I'm still in water management over there. It's just a bigger scale. So the thing is that whenever I come in here, when I see stuff, I don't just come in here and look at it as just a citizen, landowner, ex-worker of here, or business water. I look at it straight across the board. I know what it is to build a road. I know what it takes, like as far as planning, your phases. Like there's a lot of stuff to do. When you go out, you're gonna go cut a ditch. You got to do a no cut. Is there no cuts being pulled?
Chris, I agree with you.
No, because all this.
I agree with you
But
on doing the physical work. But if we don't have the money to do it, which our district didn't have the money to do
But we do, don't we?
Now we do.
Okay, so this
But
is.
that's come with increasing the taxes,
All right.
having someone properly manage the budget to make sure that we can do it.
Yeah, so my thing is that, I look at it straight across the board. I've always said, whenever I see them mowing half the ditch, why? I said, no, I don't want to hear that. Whenever there's a road half done, and it doesn't make sense, it's like, why? Well, that's just the way. No. And you know what that is? is from lack of knowledge. I don't know where it come, I'm not gonna say it come from a worker or legal, because whenever the decisions are made, I don't know at that time who specifically is putting their hands on there saying this is who's doing it at that point.
Well, at the end of the day, Chris, anything that's done or not done has to fall on the
Okay.
interim manager, because that's the person in charge of it.
And I always look at everything. I look at it from when it goes to the roads, to the ditches and stuff. There hasn't been one ditch cut, nowhere. You know, I mean, the perimeter was done, but the thing is then, with the plan of what? You know, so everything has to make sense, because the thing is, a lot of that stuff has to some way connect into your conveyance within your water system.
Absolutely.
So, you know, it's like all that stuff, I understand they're practicing or whatever, but I mean, that's a lot of work. So when I see that, I'm like, that could have went into somewhere that actually benefits somebody.
And-
You know, and then our point scale, you know, we did a point scale, we all voted on a point scale. So then it's like, so what was the reason for the point?
You can ask the attorney on that one.
But we all agreed to it.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean.
But we gotta, but when you agree to something, you gotta have a reason why you agreed, not just because the attorney says, hey, we're gonna, okay. That's not the way it works.
But that's the process is part of the point scale, but still, at the end, you have to vote on it.
No, I understand that.
Correct, Mr. Romero? The point scale is one thing, we still have to vote on it.
No, I understand that, I completely understand that, but I'm saying, you know, it's like, we implement all these things, and it's like, for what, for that, we should just say, hey, just pick 2 people, and then at the end, we'll vote on them. That'd have been so much easier, instead of doing interviews and getting 4 people, it's like, you know, that's why I say, this is what goes on here is a circus.
Okay.
And, I mean, up here, anybody can say whatever they want, but the community sees it, and
Sure.
all the ones that are watching it live and stuff, they're
Sure.
saying, look at them clowns up there, you know, and to me,
Go ahead.
I feel bad about that, you know, because when I come up here, you know what I try to do? I try to do the best that I can do for this community.
Gotcha.
And I put a lot of time and effort into this, you know, and it takes time away from my family.
Absolutely.
I should be, you know, I should focus more on something else in my life, but you know what? This is where God has put me to be here,
Yes.
and just to whatever reason, God has me put on this journey,
Sure,
but this is what I stay on.
sure.
You know, and I try to be as non-biased as I can, you know, and I always try to be very informative. I try to help, whether they want the help or not.
Sure.
That's perfectly fine, but then whenever something is wrong, then I want to bring it up. You know, then it's
I
like,
think you bring-
it's an attack, and
you
it's like,
do
it's
bring-
not an attack.
You bring stuff up. I just think in the year that you've sat on this board, I don't think you said anything, one thing positive what the district has done.
What have I, what do you mean?
What positive things has the district done since we've been here?
So that's what you're gonna harbor on, because,
No,
so,
I'm just saying, as you bring stuff as well, because I can bring stuff.
what's my job? What's our job as a board member?
The only
Is to
question
make
I
sure what
asked
the
you is-
community is paying for gets done.
Why you get bit out of shape? The only question
Oh,
I
I'm
asked you,
getting
what
bit out of
positive thing have we done in Central County?
Listen, there's been, you know what's the best thing that we've done?
What's up?
Was Hunting Club, Horse Club, the regular road maintenance and stuff. That's something that has to be done every day.
Yes, sir.
You know, and the thing is like that's day-to-day stuff that has to be done. You know, so
That cost, how much did that cost to get that done?
Was
Horse
that,
Club, Horse Club and Hunting Club.
that has nothing. Listen, we're not jumping off track. We're talking about it. You tell me what have I talked positive about?
That's
You know, my thing is to come up
That's a
here.
good thing.
My thing is to come up here and bring solutions to problems.
Sure.
Okay, I'm sorry. I've never been the type. I don't expect nobody to pat me on the back, and I don't pat nobody on the back. I'm sorry. I might be.
You don't have to be sorry about anything.
I just that ain't me. We got a job to do, and we gotta make sure it gets done.
And you do your part, yes, sir.
You know, my thing is that I stay neutral, and if I see something like, hey, and I ask about it, that's my job.
Sure.
That's my job.
Good.
And when I see something that's wrong, it has to be brought up. And even though there's all that stuff in the past, why do you think we're still here today is because of that same thing. Because everything from the past that nobody gives a damn about, we're experiencing it today. And I keep saying it time and time and time again. We keep coming up to it.
What's that?
Oh, everything.
Does it pass?
There's quite a bit of stuff.
Gotcha.
Quite a bit of stuff. You know, like, it's just a long thing. Because like I said, this is like beating on a dead horse. Because it's just going to be the same thing.
Gotcha.
Hey guys, are we done over there? I got something else to bring it up. Let me ask you this, if whoever get hired for the manager position, the 90-day provision, who's gonna monitor that?
So, whoever gets a position, what we've done in the past, what's typically done in all districts, is you direct me to negotiate a contract. We have a contract that we use for a few managers, so we stay within those parameters. You tell me about salary, vacation, you know, we talk about those terms, and that probation is in that contract. It says at the end of 90 days, you have an opportunity to review the performance of the individual. And the way the contract's written is if they didn't meet your standards, you can let them go without any severance or without any, you know, because once the contract kicks in, then there are, you know, if you terminate them with cause, there's no severance. If you terminate them without cause, there's a severance payment.
Makes sense.
But who's gonna manage that performance? Because we're not here.
But
We're
we're
here
gonna have to,
one-to-one.
we're the one that's responsible for the manager.
No, but 1 second, okay, I mean, to do a 90-day performance, okay, somebody gotta be on the operation and the day-to-day operation, see what's going on. If you're not on the operation 30 days later, we don't know what's going on. Yeah, you talk to people, you find out what's going on, like it or don't like it, that's a different story. So the question that I'm having is that 90 days, how we gonna, you know, control that for us to know what's going on after 30 days and 30 days and 30 days to come up to a conclusion, yes, it's doing a great job, or no, it's not doing a great job. That's what I'm trying to.
I'll give you this is my opinion, this has nothing to do with being a lawyer. But having managed hundreds of people, I will tell you that what I do when I hire somebody is I say up front, here are my expectations, A, B, C, D. And then I give them a reasonable amount of time to meet my expectation. That can be, by the way, you could say today, if whoever we hire, we want it to be 120 days. You can say it's 2 days. You decide the terms under which the manager is hired. You have to negotiate a contract and contract terms. You decide. In the past, it's been, it could be 120 days. I've seen places where it's 6 months. You set those terms, and, you know, whether it's Mr. Schultz, Ms. Hernandez, whoever it is, you have to tell them up front, I expect you to submit a report to me once a week on what you've accomplished, major accomplishments for that week. You know, I expect you to advise me on A, B, and C. You know, you set expectations up front, and then it's up to that person to meet them. If they don't, you let them go. That's your call. You determine the rules of the road, whatever that is.
So that means when we put Mr. Hernandez in that position about 14, 15 months ago, we never had a standard or measurement for the performance. That's correct? We didn't have that.
She served as the intern, but yeah, we
We have that, not
we did
before,
that. We did
okay.
it as an intern. She's an intern manager, she's not the manager,
Okay.
she's an intern manager.
This is what I like to do then. I know you guys been talking over there, we always talk about, you know, the past and this and that. And I always, recommend to leave the past in the past and move forward, okay? If we continue bringing the past, we're not gonna go nowhere, guys. We're not gonna go nowhere. I know, Chris, you know, you're laughing at that, but that's the way it is. So what I like to do is, I like to withdraw my application from the batch, okay? And to put a motion on the table to go in with Mr. Scholl and Mr. Hernandez today and go for that.
I have people here.
I think
I would like, I am withdraw my application from being part of the manager of the applicant.
So you want to
And
withdraw
do a-
your application
Right now,
as a manager?
and do a vote right now with Mr. Scholl and Mr. Hernandez
Are
to
you-
get this over done.
Are you going to make the motion, or what do you plan
Yeah,
on?
I'm making to withdraw my application and the motion to vote tonight to either Mr. Hernandez or
So
Mr.
which
Scholl.
one is your
I think
motion?
everyone agrees there should be a vote tonight. That's, well, not everyone.
Not everybody.
Mr. Santiago, but I think everyone else, I think he's asking if you want to nominate somebody, an individual for the vote.
I would say leave it up to the vote.
Well, but, so, because you know, with all due respect, we are, you guys,
Okay.
we spend hours.
I'll do the motion, if
Doing
that's okay, Mr. Moreno.
Yeah.
Alright, so I'll put up a motion to nominate Roger Schultz as the manager under 6 months,
Probation.
probation.
So we have a motion on the floor by Mr. Self to promote Roger Schultz as the district manager. We have a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Aye.
What's the count, Becky?
2 ayes and 1 nay.
I have a motion
2 ayes,
to appoint,
Do I, and 3 noes?
2 ayes and 3 nays.
I have a motion to appoint interim manager as our district manager, with the 90-day, period. That's my motion.
So we have a motion on the floor by Mr. Santiago to make the intern manager, Becky Hernandez, the district manager, as well as a 90-day probation. We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Mr. Moreno. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay? None opposed. So we have, what's the count on that, Becky?
3 ayes and 2 nays, sir.
3 ayes and 2 nays. Motion carries. Mr. Mayor, anything else?
That's it now. I will be circulating to the board members a draft employment agreement. It's going to be patterned after the one we've used in the past, and I'll be reaching out to you to get your input on some of the terms. I mean, I think we should pretty much use what we used with the prior manager as the template in terms of leave and
Package.
the benefits package.
Go right ahead.
So,
You have the floor, Mr. President.
so I just want to make a quick comment. I mean, I agree with Mr. Chris is saying, I agree with, Bailiff saying, I agree with Moreno. I just think, as far as the position, it's, no one's questioning, I think, what Becky has done with the experience that she has. I think for what you know, Becky, I think you've done, I think you've done really good with your experience. You know what I mean? Like, I can't expect you to know about the swells and know how to handle the swells, right? So that's why, in my opinion, I thought Roger was a better fit, because we need somebody to hit the ground running. Nothing against you. But with that being said, my recommendation, now this is moving forward, is I would strongly suggest spend more time outside as much as you can. And I'll just give you one example, right? We always talk, that's one thing that gets brought up pretty much in every meeting, mowing, right? Like my whole area, only one side of the mowing gets done, the other side doesn't get done. That's why, when we did the interview, I was asking about the follow-up. So that's kind of what I would suggest. Try to do as much as you can out there. I mean, right now it is what it is, right? So we're moving forward. I mean, congratulations. But I would say do as much as you can out there, because I think inside, I think it seems like you got a pretty good handle on the grants and everything else. I think outside is where it's really what everyone sees, right? Because not everyone's looking at what we're doing with the grants or all this other stuff, but what's going on out there, So, and I think that's where you have the downfall in the experience, right? With the outside, the equipment, the operations of it, the swells, what Chris was talking about. And, like I said, something as simple as mowing, right? We say that we mow both sides, but one side hasn't been mowed, and to be honest with you, hasn't been mowed since Hermina was here. And not to bring up anything in the past, but that's kind of when I've been watching it since I think he was here for like a year when I kind of came to the area. Same thing with the grading. I think nothing has been really touched in I'm just looking at my area, but nothing has been touched in that area. I mean, the roads were redone and everything like that, but I think just in my mind, what makes me wonder is, like, if something as simple as the mowing is not being done, like, because you've told us a few times in the last few meetings that both sides are done. There's like a setback on the property line side that they should not be mowing from there. But if something as simple as that is not being followed through, what makes me wonder is what else is not being followed through on the operation side. You know what I mean? So that's my thing is spend as much time as you can out there. And two is just remember that at the end of the day, your job is your job. Any friendships, and I don't know any of that stuff, but any of that stays outside. You know what I mean? The job is the job. If someone, continuously is not doing what they should be doing, something has to be done about it. And, I'm sure we have.
Performance review written up.
Exactly.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
those are the big things I think I think you can have improvements on that. And they're both outside, I think, you know, because I mean, I'll be honest with you, I've came in this office before and you're wearing flip-flops, right? And I'm not trying to knock you with that. I would like to come in and see you with boots on, in my opinion. Because every now and then you have to go out there. If an employee gets hurt, you check it on the job. You know what I mean? You want to be ready for the job. You know, like they say, dress for success, right? This is not just an office job. It's a hands-on. That's why when we did the interviews, I was asking multiple people. Unfortunately, we're not big enough where we have an actual manager that that just leads. We need somebody hands-on that is out there, you know,
like to comment, to follow up and follow through.
grabbing the bull by its horns.
Sure.
You know, and it involves a lot outside. That's the reason I think there's a truck assigned to the manager, you know what I mean, to be able to do all those things and, you know, in and out type of thing, because, I mean, we want to get to the point where the guys know that you could be right behind them at any given time, right?
Yes.
And it's not that you're shadowing the guys or you're not letting them work, because at the end of the day, if your guys are working, they're working. But you want them to know that they have a leader behind them, right? Not just somebody in the office, you know, running the office. And then number two, or number three, is, you know, whether you're temporary, you're permanent, I think the respect is earned from the employees on your actions. So I think even if you're just there 3 months, right, they need to understand, and usually that comes from the manager, the way that you handle the business with them. Like, hey, I don't care if you think I'm gonna be permanent or not. Right now, I'm the manager, right? And this is what you're gonna do, and that's it. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter if Johnny agrees or he disagrees, or this guy is on your side, this guy's not on your side. It has to be, you know.
The job needs to be done.
Yes. So I say that because, you know, if we're moving forward, I want you to, you know, feel like you have that authority with the guys and not have anything to do with, you know, this guy, that guy, whatever. My job is my job, and that's it, right? I'm not gonna lose my job over you, or over you. So that's the I guess my comments with it. Like, I think, you know, again, I think you've done what you've been able to do with what the experience you have. I think there's a lot of opportunity for growth on all that, and
I think what you're doing right now is continue doing, keep giving feedback, I think it's a good thing.
The next one is,
Sorry,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, no, you got the floor.
We feel, you know, the manager position, what's gonna happen with the assistant, we're gonna open that up.
Well, we speak that as a board, yeah, we'll speak on that as a board, but go ahead.
So that's something we talked about, you know, put that up on the floors to start looking for it. She cannot do it all. She's been doing it all for the last 14 months.
Gotcha.
And she needs backup. Like you explained, you know, she needs to be out in the field. And in the office, there's no way, always gonna fall through, and it's not gonna get done.
Gotcha.
Same way with to put it, to tag along on your input is, to get to know who you have out there that really you can rely on it and be knowledge of what the operation is. And that's the kind of personnel that we need to send it to training, or the entire group to training to get up to the next level. And like I said on my interview, this is not a mom and pop anymore. Right. We are heading to the right, up and better in the future. So we need to get organized now, since we got the right board members in here pushing for to get better and better. So that's what we need to have in place. In regard for training, school, whatever it is, we need to find a plan for that, and right away. Let's not wait weeks or months or whatever. Okay, that's my input. Thank you.
I just got one suggestion. The biggest thing that we need to jump on board with is getting a set of goals, because this board has never set really goals. There's like little goals, but not throughout the year. Hey, this is what we need to see done. Ditch mains is something that that really needs to get addressed here.
So with that being, and I don't disagree with that, so with that being said, how can we as a board make that happen? Do we have a workshop during a meeting, after a meeting, before a meeting, so we can, it's gotta be in public, of course, but during the meeting, do we set a time, like maybe 30 minutes, set a time, so hey, by the way, guys, these are the goals that we need to attack, and then we give direction to the district manager.
Yeah.
That's something that you would entertain.
Maybe something, we set up something practical, that, cause you know, we just can't give 20 goals and just the ones that are gonna be beneficial.
Absolutely.
You know, the same thing like the roads, you know, I know the roads, something like with the lists and stuff, I keep up with a lot of that stuff. And the one thing that we need to pay more attention to are roads that are being, milled, overlaid, well, just with the millings.
Gotcha.
And there's only one house at the end of the property.
That'll make sense.
Well, so, and then that's things that us as board members, we need to go out, ride, I mean, I had a whole list of stuff, I forgot it with my other packet at the house, but that stuff, you know, the list, we need to get back on the list and keep up, like, prioritize, hey, if you're gonna do a road, it has to be 3 houses or more, not because there's one house at the end.
And somebody wants it.
Because, because, you know, people sees this type of stuff and they say,
Sure.
well, why is this being done? You know, and then that direction has to come from the board.
Absolutely.
And she should have a lot of leeway to make her own decision, that's why she's there. But we have to set the goals and then trust in her to be able to complete them.
I think one more thing to add on that, Chris, and I think you work in a structured environment just like myself. You have an organizational chart where you work. I have an organizational chart in my department. I think we have to develop that here because it's really never been done. To see, John, where we max out, where we need to be, do we have the right pieces in the right place? And because I think the biggest challenge that we have as well is we multitask, but we never complete one thing because we're too busy putting out fires, right? And again, I don't think we want to put out fires. We want results. There's a lot that needs to be done. So I think as a board, us meeting maybe 30 minutes during the meeting, brainstorming and figuring out things needs to happen. Also, one thing, Becky, that I like to see personally, but the board's here as well, is I would like to see a TV posted somewhere here, and for the month, for the previous month, we get to see what was happening. I'd like to see a slideshow. I'd like to see a slideshow of what's going on, what's happening. Also, we have a new employee. That employee is dedicated to swells. I'd like to see as the board get an update. I don't care where we start. My suggestion, but we work as a board, suggestion is the subject matter expert is there. Let him say, hey, this is where I think needs to happen. I'm assuming he's gonna pick the woodland area, because that's low lying, right? That probably needs the help first, but we need a plan of attack, like you said, we need a plan of attack, and we need to stick to it. Here going forward, as well as myself, I don't wanna hear excuses. I can't even produce excuses to my boss. We need to get it done. If you tell us we're gonna do it, do it. If you have to rent equipment, something breaks down, that's what a budget's there for, right? We gotta get shit, sorry, we gotta get stuff done.
Yeah, and definitely, like the dailies, I always ask for the dailies, I get them all the time, and I've recommended 101 times, if I was y'all, I would direct her to, since she's sending it to me, send it to all of y'all, to where y'all can go day by day, you know, what employees are doing.
Account for everything.
Yeah,
That was,
and,
go ahead, I'll let you finish.
and then, you know, I seen prior that they used to send out weekly, updates to
Yes, sir.
board members prior to me, and that's something that I'd like to see.
Implementing.
To where, you know, for this week, it doesn't have to be something fully detailed, like we're working here, to where even if we can't make it, somebody says, hey, what's going on?
Gotcha.
We see it, and then it's accountability, so then on the weekend, you print it out, you go, and you can go street by street or something, and get that. And then with the list, we need to get back on the list, because I don't know what's been going on with the list, maybe they're staying on track, maybe they're not, but whenever I see just, you know, a road being full with mills, and then there's just one house at the end, or 2 old people, I just don't see how that's prioritized.
So part of digitizing the district and putting us on an app and updating our website, our engineer has a software that he can put like what projects they're working on digitally on a map of Central County. And I asked him a couple meetings back, if we do implement that, can we put it on our website and it updates, you know, once a week or whatever, to show they're working on this road and the progress of this road, what they put on that road, and he said they can. Also was the transparency aspect of all the equipment to know where they cut grass, where the machine's at, that can all be put on that as well. So that if you go onto the app and you say, hey, what's happening in the district, you click the map, it'll say these 4 roads have just been milled. If you drive on those 4 roads, they should be milled. And then he said you can get in great detail color coding it. Like this road's really bad and it could be red, or this road's, needing to be maintenance and be yellow. Really good roads could be green. He said we can do all of that on that to show the transparency. I've also asked her a couple months back about digitizing the dailies, so that if all of the board members, and I presented and I think the board agreed, where we have access to it as viewers. Like we can go and look at the dailies on the software, as well as looking at where the tractors are and everything, all of the projects. Digitized. She did say that she's going to get back to us with the details on the app for that, but I think that would be more intuitive for us as a board. Instead of requesting it, we wouldn't need a request. We go in there and click and say, I want to see what they cut today. And I click mower, and it's going to say the mowers were all on these roads, and then it'll bring up that question where you say, hey, I want this report. You'll get the report because it's public knowledge already, and we can bring up the meeting and discuss, hey, the mower's been mowing these 4 roads for 2 weeks now. What's really going on? And I think that's what we really need is transparency of all of the work that's happening in the district, but to provide that information to us as a board. And I know she's preparing that for us, because I know that she's brought it before us before, and she's getting all the details down. But that is something that I think would be more beneficial for us, is visually seeing it, that we can show our constituents, and it's live data. Basically, that mower, if that mower is here, it's going to read it's here. If that mower is down the road, the mower is down the road. There's no way you can hide that. And I know she is working on getting those GPSs as well as all of the equipment that has wheels and drives.
All right, with that being said, Mr. Camaro, anything else?
No. We have to vote on anything to get together on as far as like doing the planning, the 30 minutes?
I think I don't think we have to vote on it. I think we just make it part of the agenda. Make it part of the agenda, have a section there, maybe at the end. So, some people that want to leave, but we can keep having our meeting. Part that we have 30 minutes. So make that adjustment, that we have a forum, that we have 30 minutes to talk on a board to see what we've progressed, what we need to tackle as a board, and what each member sees that's very good, and these things of improvement.
Sorry, Chair.
Go ahead.
It's basically a notice like we do for any other basic meeting, where we're gonna add the 30 minutes prior. So then it is, because it is you guys are coming as a board.
Yeah, I'm just saying, put it here, like say for instance,
No, but I have to post it to the public.
Oh, I see, yes.
That's all I'm
If
saying.
you want to start like a half hour earlier
Yeah.
to do that, then.
Yeah, that's what I'm stating.
Or we can do it, we can substitute our board of supervisors report and change that. Maybe we speak on that at the end.
And we'll tackle like maybe since, we got roads, drainage, recreation, we prioritize what's the biggest thing we need to tackle, get that goal out and running, and then go to the other ones that aren't as prioritized.
You know something that I thought of, Chris, and I don't think we can do it here, but I really thought as a board, John, and the rest of the board, is that we all chip at what our niche is, right? Whether it be in the office, whether it be out in the field, whether it be maintenance. It's almost like each supervisor takes a chip at and focuses and hones in on a certain part of our district. Is that something that maybe we could probably do? Say like, for instance, Ms. Moreno could be whatever.
I'm good with that.
You know what I'm saying?
The county commission divides up the departments. So each commissioner has 2 or 3 departments that they oversee.
Sure.
Not like day-to-day management, but
Correct.
they report to the whole commission what's going on.
And
Like Chris said, recreation,
sure.
roads, drainage.
But there's more to it than that. There's office stuff that has to get done. There's other things, contracts, there's bids. Just, I think everybody say, hey, you know what? I feel I can help the board, I can help Central County if I focus on this. Not saying that I'm not gonna pay attention to the other stuff, but if I hone on this, I can really make this better. I can really hold
Like that would
everybody
basically
accountable.
be that's how we would review the 90 day, like the progress report.
Well, I think the 90 days is all of us having to plug in on the 90 days.
No, but I'm saying the state progress, because typically what the governor put into law for every special district is a progress report of the district. How's the district performing? If we break it up in board members, and some of those keynotes that are on that report that we have to submit, we bring it forth to the board. Saying these were the projects that we set forth in the beginning of the year. This is where we're in quarter one, quarter two, quarter three, because that's how they run stuff up there. And then we submit it saying, board member Santiago and board member self, we were looking at the roads. In quarter one, we worked on 25% of the roads. Quarter two, we pulled back and reused some of the manpower elsewhere. I think that would be, suffice for us taking on certain
Let's
tasks.
set practical goals,
Yeah.
because we're gonna make, for 20 miles, because I mean,
Yeah, it's gotta be practical
yeah.
with the team that we have.
Start off soft, and then as they progress and they start getting in the motion of getting everything done and everybody works together, then, you should start seeing it progress a little bit better as they move better together, or if they get somebody else that can cut ditches better, or so forth.
So John, with that being said, because I don't think anybody on the board disagrees, and if you do, that's fine as well. But something just as we evolve, I think this played its part, but we need to evolve as we get better.
Yeah, and you probably should decide when you want to do it, because I think what Becky was saying is if you want to start like a half hour early and do that at first, because sometimes what happens is there's a very long agenda, and you're 3 hours, and then you get to the manager reports, and people are a little bit spent. Maybe you want to do that up front.
Okay.
And so, if you do want to, let's say, do that from 6:30 to 7, then the regular meeting starts.
And I think with that being said, board, if you're up to it,
No,
I don't think there's no reason for number 6, right?
another day. Or do it on a day that we do the budget workshop, because that shouldn't take us more than an hour. It's an hour and 30 minutes.
Well, we don't know that until, see,
You're right.
once you start
Because
getting
we're
the
overlap-
operation,
yeah,
believe me,
yeah,
there's
yeah.
a lot of stuff that we gotta
Because we're
get down
over-
to, no cuts,
I don't
and
want
it
us
gets
to
into a
overlap.
whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah, I don't want us to overlap how we did the budget workshop, because then we were here for 4 or 5 hours on budget, and then we just opened the meeting, and then we had people walking out, because we were here until 11:30 at night. So I don't think doing it, I think we should set, like how we do with the budget workshop, a day, for each quarter throughout the year, and we do like a workshop. We talk about what are we gonna do in these quarters, and then
That can be done, but I'm talking about during the meeting, so we, as a board, knows what's going on. We're more in tune with what's going on, what's getting accomplished, what's not getting accomplished.
our supervisors report.
Yeah, but I'm saying we all, and I don't disagree with the supervisor's report, but let's just say, for instance, the board had a goal to do, cut the swells on both sides, right? And the next month come around, we're looking at the videos and you're doing your due diligence like the rest of us are doing. Hey, by the way, I noticed these swells can get done. We would bring it up to your attention, right? We would continue to bring it up to your attention. So those are the things, excuse me for 1 second, those are the things that I believe that we have to give feedback to the manager. Good, and bad, and the improvement, right? We have to make it happen.
There was a suggestion that was given in the last training of the administrative professionals, where the, instructor, she stated there's something that Fort Lauderdale County Commissioners do, and basically exactly what you're stating. Everybody gives your goals, you send them into the office, and then I will send out the email where everybody's seen it. Of course, when you answer, you're answering directly back to me. And then that way the goals are together, ready for our next meeting, and everybody knows what everybody's gonna talk on, and we have more information, so everybody kinda knows where everybody's at. And she says by the time the meeting came, everybody was on point, and everybody, if you had questions or whatever, you already know what was gonna, what Mr. Amado was gonna speak without directly speaking to him, without breaking the sunshine law, because it's coming here, and it's public anyway. It's public information. And that was something that she should have suggested, especially for, a lot of us that were in that room, to collectively be able to communicate without breaking the sunshine law, and that the board can move forward in making their areas better, in their counties and their cities and wherever, water districts they were in. It's a suggestion, if you guys wanna send them in, and then that way, all the goals are together and then put out, and then when we come in, everybody knows exactly what everybody's gonna speak on, and if there's any extra details that we need to know, or we need to add, or whatever, it'll give you insight on what's gonna be spoken on. It's basically like a little agenda of the goals before the, you know.
I don't have any issue with that, nor do I have any issue being organic and us talking amongst ourselves. I don't have any issue with that. But something to know ahead of time what we're gonna speak on, I've got no problem with that, or if you wanna speak organically right at the moment, I'm cool with that either. I'm flexible on my end. I just like to say, I think we need to hit the ground running, put things in place, be ready to be challenged, and, again, no excuses. Let's make these things happen.
30 minutes before,
I have no problem doing it before,
30 minutes, yeah.
or I have no issue either way.
We gotta make sure the board members, that they show up, because we've had a couple of meetings that we had to stop, or we wasn't able to have, we gotta make sure that we get better at that.
6:30, so can you adjustment at 6:30?
okay?
Yeah, 30 fine.
Yeah, so I can, okay.
So we can update that. John, any issue with that?
Sounds good.
I'm just trying to make it better.
And that'll start
I have no issue starting next month.
next month?
Anybody opposed to starting next month, that way?
I'm good.
Gotcha. Moving on from F to, I'm sorry, F, moving on to F. Recruitment of district treasurer position, Mr. Ferrari, want to discuss on that? Any floor on that?
Yeah, I'm sure Mr. Boyd will add his voice, but we heard from him this week that he is going to be retiring and his firm is going to be winding down operations in Hendry County. If you wanna say a little something about that.
We've been doing this stuff for 24 years now. And lucky, we had one bookkeeper that's been with us 25 years and one that's been with us 35 years.
Yes, sir.
And it takes a pretty good bit of work to get all this stuff in.
Absolutely.
But anyway, Sandy Baker left last year, and now Marie is taking a job with our biggest client to work permanently for them. So we don't have any more bookkeeping capabilities. We're transitioning all of our bookkeeping and payroll people onward, and me and my partner do some tax returns, but we're out of the business. No, we're not doing it like overnight.
Sure.
Marie's gonna be here through February 28th at least, and she's not moving, so she'll be around, and we'll help you get.
So, when do you think the last day you'll be able to do service for us? Or last month you'll be able to give some service?
Probably, through March 15th or
Gotcha.
so.
So that'll give us time to put it out to bid and stuff like that?
Yeah, and Willie, I have to confess, until I talked in a little more detail with Mr. Boyd
Sure.
and with Becky, I didn't realize how that this firm does a lot of bookkeeping. You know, it's more administrative. And we talked about, I strongly urged, I didn't realize it, using a payroll service like ADP or Paychex to do that, because right now it's being done by the treasurer. I frankly
Sure.
think you need to look at the treasurer's scope and instead of bookkeeping, audit, budget, I would limit it moving forward to budget. And the payroll can be done by ADP very, very efficiently, cost effective.
Mm-hmm.
We use them, I've used them, many of my businesses, I use Paychex are cheap, they're not that expensive, and they rarely mess up.
ADP and Paychex both talk to us on an ongoing basis. And I think that would take a lot of the work away from whoever replaced us, leaving all the check writing, the bookkeeping, the financial statements, and the treasurer.
Most CPAs that I know won't do bookkeeping because there's no money in it. They're not gonna, and by the way, I use some of my business, I have bookkeepers that they work out of their house. I mean, they use QuickBooks.
Yeah.
So they print reports, So this might, be an opportunity to re-examine the scope of services provided by the treasurer position, and maybe some of it outsource, like payroll, and even some of the bookkeeping. I don't think you should hire a CPA from to do bookkeeping. He didn't do the bookkeeping. He had a woman in his office that's very good. He did the bookkeeping. You can probably hire someone for.
So is it something that we have to put out to bid, like a RFQ,
So, not like a formal one, but, as soon as John Boyd told me this, I go, can you recommend anybody? And he came up with, he said, there's 4 CPA firms in Hendry County. 4. Right. And he was kind enough, because he knew 2 of them. One was Amy Swindle's firm, and they're booked up and do not have the capacity or the interest.
Sure.
He called another firm, LaBelle CPA, Andy Higginbotham. Same thing, it's a big firm, but they just don't have the time or interest in taking on this kind of commitment.
It's possible if we go the ADP route, that they might be able to squeeze it in there.
Right, because they're not interested in doing payroll, which is
Sure.
menial, it's just, no real CPA, they just won't do
In
it.
fact, Andy Higginbotham told me they were moving a lot of their clients to ADP and Paychex.
Understood.
Right. And then there's 2 other firms that we haven't yet reached out to. So this is not gonna be a big, we're not gonna have 80 applicants here.
Sure. No.
We might have to look outside of Hendry, but.
Well, my one other suggestion is that Jeff Tuscan would probably know quite a few, because he does all those governmental audits.
Yeah.
And he knows who their accountants are.
That's a great idea, and he doesn't have a strong specialty. Would you mind,
I'll copy him on this.
Yeah. So, the sooner we get that going, the better, because like with any position, you don't just step in and day one and kaboom, there's learning curve, learning what this place does and how they do it. And I'm sure new treasurer is gonna have new ways of budgeting and all of that. So, it's not just wave the wand. So I think the point, I guess, is we really need to do this ASAP.
The treasurer has to be the CPA.
Doesn't, treasurer doesn't have to be a CPA, because you're not auditing anything. And we might be able to use the HR firm that Mr. Santiago recommended to undertake this effort, since it's a bit outside my area of my scope of services.
Yeah, if I can, the act that I suggested a couple months ago, Busy, they deal with payroll. They do all of the organization's payroll, and they also are allowed to track the employees, where they're at, what they're doing. And then on the other side of the coin, it allows us as a board, because there is different things that you can do, and because we have a board that likes to review what's going on, you can adopt policies, safety memoirs, all on there. So let's say the board said, hey, that the schedule changed, that we're gonna be opening from 7:30 to 6:30. You can click a button, send a memo out there to them, and it won't allow them to clock in or out around those 12. They can clock out, but they can't clock in. And then it gives us a transparency of it as well. They are cost efficient, because if you're a government agency or a nonprofit, they do have different discounts and promotions. And they have a 24-hour, 7 days a week representative and a consultant that will be with you if you give them a call and say, hey, I'm having this issue onboarding someone onto the system. They'll walk you through the process. And I did get you the brief scope of it, but not the great detail. But yeah, now that we're here at that avenue, yeah.
I think we need to move pretty quick, because 2 months is gonna go by. I would recommend that we have Paychex and ADP at least present
present something at the next meeting.
That would be,
And they have the same thing, they have onboarding, the 24/7.
Absolutely.
And your guys, your people can do it too.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, let's at least
The more the
get
better.
somebody in here.
Yeah, mine's actually buying out a lot of Paychecks and ADP's people because of all of the other cookies that they have in the cookie jar. And the reason I know is because we took 370 employees from ADP and we put them on to Busy, and it was productive. So that's why we moved the organization from Paycheck to Busy. But yeah, that's something that I urge the board to look. They have their website, you look it up, and it goes over all of the stuff that they do. And they have an app that you can either be, an admin or you can be an overviewer to look at.
I have, you guys all have the scope of work of, the district, treasurers, and what we have, what,
The back of that contract.
Yeah. There is no details in the back. So you guys can
Take that
review
with
that, and I did reach out to ADP, they sent me information, I was waiting on paychecks also. As soon as Mr. John Boyd, sent out the email yesterday, I called them, I sent emails, so, and they are responding, so I did get some of the ADP. I need to talk to Paychecks and then Busy. That'll give us 3, different companies that we can all look at.
You got paid enough.
And I can forward it to you guys by email, so you guys can look at it ahead of time.
I've got contact for the paycheck.
Okay.
John, so they'll be able to, present to the board, a presentation to the board, a representative
For
from
the ADP, all those payroll companies.
You mean the payroll company? Oh, I'm sure they'll be
Yeah,
happy.
they'll be glad to. And that part will be easy. It's, you gotta deal with the part. We write checks every single week.
Yes, sir.
And there's a lot of that going on with that. Again, I'll call Jeff Tuskin.
Well, thank you for your service for 24 years. Enjoy your retirement.
It's gonna take at least a year to wind out.
Absolutely. Hopefully you enjoy it for sure. All right, John, we move on to Gmail, or do we need to vote on something?
We don't need to vote on anything.
Gotcha.
And I don't know what G is.
It says removal of seat.
Oh, that was part of December as well.
Okay.
I gave you the resolution already. It was just a signature to remove Santana from the, bank account
Understood.
and to have it in our notes, in our minutes. It has to reflect for the bank.
Gotcha.
And adding Mr. Cortez, and then, of course, you would have to go to the First Bank. Miss, what's her name? Brooklyn is the one that's in charge of our account at First Bank. And she'll have you come in and actually sign. And we'll probably, each one of you have to go back in there again and sign a new signature card, please.
Oh, boy.
We need a motion for that? We need a
Yes,
motion?
yes.
So we can get a motion on the floor to remove
Yes.
Mr. Juan Carlos Santana and then Mr. Ricardo Cortez.
And add to that motion to also create a nameplate for him.
For sure.
I have them. I just have to pick them up.
Yeah.
I already ordered it.
So we can get a motion on the floor to remove Mr. Santana and add Mr. Cortez to the,
Motion.
the motion on the floor. We have a second.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Moving on, thank you. Staff report, District Manager.
Okay, we've been working with Ovid on the resilience grant, and we also spoke with Henry County. Actually, Shane Parker just, sent out an email, to me and Mr. Dobbs. This happened right before coming into the meeting. So he was asking about, we're permitted for 12 pumps, and he wanted to make sure that the pump that they will be starting with the 1.6 million that were, grant that was awarded to us, if, it was permitted, and it is permitted. So the only one we would have to permit is the one that we're working on, which is our personal grant,
Yes, ma'am.
for number 13.
Gotcha.
So that is actually moving forward, and it was surprising that he did reach out and said that, so. That's where, as far as that is concerned, they were waiting from a few environmental things on the, companies that they hired, as like Ovid is to us, it's to the county. I think it is Tisdale, I believe it is, Gilbert's the one that's in front of it. and then they were moving forward, and they were gonna let us, you know, they'll tell us. And the weekly meetings are very brief. Sometimes it's nothing, it's just them making sure that they're following through with Florida Commerce, in regards to Henry County. And, so, we did install the staff poles for the staff gauges. We spoke with Hal, which is Mr. Bennett's son, that was gonna come and install the ruler. And there was a little glitch there because the rulers have to go underwater. And our long neck was broken, so we couldn't pull them back out again for them to actually install it on there before we put it back in. So, it's coming, and we're working on that one. And like I said, we did mill, some roads on Montura with Breda, which is on the south side, Breda on the south side, Arboleda on the south side, and then we had Horse Club on Romero on the south side, Cimero on the south side, that we are currently working on, which we stopped because we went to pick up the debris at Mr. Cotton's property, just so you know. I had all the guys that do have equipment on deck, and we were moving that out. So, we're fairly good where we're at, to where we can go back to regular operations, and the people that will be still removing the debris will be working on the roads as well. And once you guys have your goals, then we can readjust what we need to in the district with the guys and get them where they need to. Road repairs on the Lime Rock. Actually, the new hire, he's actually great on the breeder. And, he does.
We need to be great on the
Swells, yes, yes. So we've been talking on that, so, and so what I have been, just, we did put him on the equipment to make sure he knew exactly what he had to do, and we did a test run with him, and, you know, he's very well knowledge on that, so to cut the swells, he's gonna do great.
You have a general area that you're probably gonna start on with the swells, or you have?
Well, when we come up with the goals, okay, and we can target what area you want me to target first. I believe you guys were speaking on the Woodland area, because it is the lower.
Sure.
But again, we can get with the engineer as well. I mean,
We want a plan, we want a path, we want a plan, we want a path forward, and we want to tackle it. We want to use our people that we're bringing on board, and we need to see production.
and again, like I stated, once those goals are in place and we have that plan, we can move forward.
Understood.
So, I mean,
I got a quick comment.
Yes, sir.
On the millions, I would like to see a list of all the streets that are pending. And then, so that we don't have any more issues where, you know, like the comment was made earlier about, you know, one property or one house on one street and we put millions on it. I would like to see a list of what's pending and then maybe a count of, you know, the houses that are there.
And then,
and that's something else that you guys would have to also,
to piggyback on what Mr. Cortez is saying, is, let's say for instance, I call you and says, hey, I need you to rebuild my road, right? I want you, in my opinion, before you give the approval for our team to do this, that you physically go down there, give the okay. So when we do come and say something to you, you have full knowledge.
correct.
You have full knowledge. Yes, I gave the direction for that person to do Riverside, and Riverside had no employees, no residents. Why did you do Riverside? So just want you to be, everything that's on this, you have to own it.
Correct.
Yes, I gave direction.
Yep.
Even if you didn't get direction, you have to own it. These guys did all this, so.
Yes, sir.
And, we're definitely gonna look for a plan in place. How did you come up with this? How did you see this? Because again, there's probably some people on the board that say, hey, I disagree with you, why you did that, right? So you need to be able to speak why you did this. Good, bad, or indifferent, your recommendation, I sold that out.
Yes, sir.
And that's one of the questions I had for my report, like on the Horse Club and Sendero, that I think there's only one house down at the end, and I was gonna ask why was that road prioritized?
Because that road, the people that move there, They were actually, if you drove down that road before, it was horrible. It's horrible, and there was no road, it was grass. So when they came into the office, we rode out there to assess the road to make sure, and it was in sand. And that takes priority because they were getting stuck and there were like massive holes. And it wasn't just like at the beginning, a little pothole where we could cover it. No, we had to cut the road and make sure, look for the base, because you know, most of these roads have base.
Most of them.
But that one was gone.
Yeah, do I take pictures of that, before and afters, or?
I do have the guys take pictures. Danny does take pictures of the road and after.
And that's,
So-
and those are the things that we wanna see
Yes, sir.
on the thing, for
Yes,
the
sir.
slideshow, boom, boom, boom. Some of us might
A
see
lot
some
of
stuff.
pictures, you guys have them.
We wanna,
Yeah,
we wanna see the
Fieldwire
slideshow.
is another good app that the board should recommend. Fieldwire, it's a app that the cities use and other
Is it like
districts.
the GIS that we brought up?
It's semi like that, yeah, where you can assign projects and every day, like any person who's on there with users, they can take a picture on what they assessed and stuff like that. You can add the engineering plans, the project plans, the diagram, and then it's timed. So from when you started it, and every person who's assigned to that project, they'll give you a total at the end of how much money we spent with them operating on that project. It's a good program for budgeting, and I think with us coming, with these plans, it'll be able for us to see the data and say, look, we did a project that was a replacement of a culvert, and it took 2 weeks, and we spent $10,000, and then we have this project that we're going on 3 weeks, and why are we spending more time there? And it allows us to assess that.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So we did do repairs with Lime Rock as well. From Horse Club and Riverside all the way up to Pinecone, and then Pinecone to Cabbage Palm. Once the guys finished the corner of Riverside and Horse Club, we had weekenders that came and they did donuts over there.
Oh.
They did donuts over there. Yes, sir.
Also on Huntington.
Yeah, and that's, again, they're riding again. They've destroyed a lot of our cabbage palm. The grass was growing back really nice, and they ruined it as well. So that, in respect to that as well, I wanted to just bring to the board, maybe if we can put like, we say barriers, but maybe even the trees that we're cutting down,
That probably wouldn't be wise at the moment, because if you used to drive, exactly.
It's just like a guardrail though.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, if you used to driving it, and all of a sudden you have an obstruction that's not visible, it's not highlighted, it's not posted, and we hit it,
Well, highlight it.
they're gonna highlight it, especially when they get ejected.
Yeah,
whenever they get ejected. My best thing is if somebody sees something to call it in and destroying certain things.
Just putting the trees, once you put it there, it's gonna gouge it up even worse, and then whenever you decide to throw it, it's gonna end up, and then whenever rainy season comes, all the little gouges are gonna turn into big washouts, and then it's.
I was just thinking of just something, a barrier.
Like the
for
rope,
that.
like the rope fence barriers.
Doesn't look very nice. You gotta make it look cosmetic.
It's like some of these kids who got the clothes hanging because
Yeah.
property owners put a thing
Go
there.
up bob wire.
Exactly.
Yeah, so
So,
anyway,
yeah,
Cheaper for us, just go back and fix it and just.
absolutely.
yeah.
Risk worth reward, yeah, for sure.
As you see, we have been, mowing and we've been mowing down the canal banks. We're on Canal 5.
So with that being said as well, and I think Supervisor Cortez mentioned that, can you follow up on this mowing? And I hate to say it this way, but it's, again, it needs to be said, maybe they don't know they have to mow that side because it hasn't been done for so long. But as we make these adjustments have to be made. Hey, by the way, you need to mow this side and this side, and make sure it's crystal clear. And if it can't be done, if there's a reason why it's not done, you need to know so you can report it to us.
Correct.
So definitely make sure you get that on the notes.
I have written that with the other comments you guys, have expressed to me, and I appreciate them. And again, we have 24 permits new, 20 pre-existing. We have 1 cul-de-sac, and inspections, we passed over 20 culverts.
I have a question about cul-de-sac. How many permits have you done? So how
How
many?
many cul-de-sacs have we done?
Yes.
I would have to look for you.
More or less. There's been a lot or not too
No,
much?
no, maybe like 3 or 4, to be
Okay,
honest.
because the reason I wanna ask
Mhm.
is that people paid for them.
That's correct, and that's why I was gonna ask you guys.
Vote that, so now should we reimburse, it's $800, I don't think it's gonna break the bank, but I think it'll be fair to, if it's small, I mean, even if it's 20, I think that we should give them back their money, same thing like what happened with Reservoir Keys.
Okay. As long as we make a note that we did this in the budget, so
Yeah,
it reflects,
yeah, it's gonna come out of,
so that's fine. I mean, that's up to the board, you guys have to vote on that, and
Can you give us some numbers, so we
Yeah.
know what we're talking about?
sure, I'll bring it to the next
Yeah.
meeting.
If you would.
Yeah, and as you guys seen, the Hunting Club and Horse Club have been paid from 833 up to Hacienda.
And then signed off,
Yeah,
and then approved by,
Mr. Steve Dobbs did go and inspect it.
and no issues with it?
No, not at all, sir. And, the potholes,
Let them know.
okay.
Sure.
Potholes are getting worse through Ventura Avenue and on the west side of Bald Cypress Avenue, which is Horse Club, from Hacienda to, 833. And then Appaloosa is from Hacienda up to Quebrada. That area right there, it's really bad as well. So maybe, as we do our plan of action for the next roads that we wanna pave
Yes, ma'am.
for the following,
Fiscal year.
budget, yeah, which our budget's coming up now, budget workshops should be coming up. So maybe we could bring that in and
For
see
October.
what roads, yeah, to move forward.
The individual who's doing the potholes, is he packing it down or he's just throwing it in there because
A cold patch, you don't pack it. A cold patch, you just put what's, it's exactly what it means. You put it in there.
and just leave it there?
And you drive it over with
Yeah.
with the machine, with
Yeah.
a tire or whatever. That's a cold patch.
Yeah.
The reason I'm asking is because I've seen some of the cold patch material. He just pours the bag in there and just drives it off.
Yeah.
And I did some pothole repair with the cold patch and packed it, and the patches are still holding today.
Mhm.
So the reason I'm bringing this up to you is he did before we repaved it, he did, I'll say, about 10. He ripped the bag, poured it in there, went to the next one, poured it in there, and took off. So I went
Most cold patches, you can't pour it in there. It actually,
well, on the bag of the cold patches I order, and I order them in pallets,
Yes,
it
sir.
says to compact it as
Yes,
tight as
sir.
you can get it.
yes, sir.
And on the bag of his, the brand that they use is the same one we do.
You got you.
So
But
when I went
it
back,
just doesn't come out like you're saying. It's not like sack.
no, you gotta leave it in the sun, let it heat up. If you don't have a torch,
Yeah, it's not a sack. It's
So-
not like sack pea. You can just
No,
pour
no.
it and dust
So-
coming everywhere. Yeah.
it was a little alarming to me because I thought it was he was going on lunch and he's gonna come back. He never came back. I've been wanting to bring this up in December, but we agreed to repave that road. So I have watched him on numerous occasions do it again. And within, I'll say a week, I'll drive by and all of the cold patch stuff is no longer, and the hole is even worse because of the semi truck.
Do we use the buckets or the actual bags?
The
We use the bags.
Because there's two different buckets.
Yeah.
Yes, it's the actual bag.
Okay.
So
they got a pretty good quality one. It's not
yeah.
really cheap.
So the reason I'm bringing it up is if we do our due diligence and make sure that hey, we're following what it instructs us to do, how to do the patch. I think some of our roads that are paved that do have potholes, these patches will last and should hold. I've used it, and this is from my experience.
Sure.
I have a property that had 160 potholes. We had to wait 4 months, but we had to pass inspection. We used all the cold patch, and they're still holding. The inspector said that you did what you were supposed to do. You patched up the hole. Another thing I seen about some of the holes that were being patched were there was settlement because it wasn't just chipped in a little hole. We were already back down to the bedrock, and then it was another deeper hole. Is he adding more of the DOT dirt in there to bring it the base of the main asphalted road back up, or he's just throwing the cold patch on there? Because asphalt absorbs water, while the DOT dirt is going to hold its form and, you know, just split the water from there. So my thing is, if we're getting the water under the asphalt, it's gonna crack and then make a bigger and bigger hole. I don't know if he knows how to fully the patch, or he's just rushing to get the potholes full and then moving on to the next thing.
So what you can do with that also, Daniel, is they'll do a demo how to do it. We've had that happen.
Okay.
On a new product, they'll come out and show you how to install the product. the
Okay.
proper way.
Because if we're asphalt, the only reason I'm bringing this up and is because they're getting it ridiculous, and we're paving roads, and with all of our heavy traffic of commercial vehicles, we know a pothole's gonna occur. We can preserve if we're making sure that the patches are done correctly. And I thought it was just one or two occasions, but I did reach out to some community members. They did witness the same thing. So that's why I wanted to bring it up on that.
So it needs to be looked at.
Yes,
sir.
So we have equipment for that. There's a trailer that Central County purchased. There's a concrete saw. There's a propane torch. So there's a whole
That's a true statement.
thing that was bought by the board.
That's
I
a true statement.
don't know who was on the board. He wasn't on the board.
I was.
He was on the board. I think everybody else isn't on the board no more. But it was purchased, and there's some certification or training that y'all went through. I don't know if
There was some training.
We
that-
did
y'all
the
just got the
training.
training, right?
We did the training with Mr. Bennett. He actually went out there, we did it right here.
Salt.
Yeah,
A
with the
square.
salt.
Yeah.
We did the square.
That's right.
Now, the material that we were using back then,
Yeah.
it had to be dry.
Mhm.
Now, the one that I bought recently, which is the one, it could be wet, and it actually holds better. So that's why I'm writing and taking notes, because again, that cold patch with water holds even better.
Yeah.
So, and again, it's something that we'll address, and training will happen again.
Sure.
And we can move forward and,
And it probably
and
would
see
look,
the proper one,
it
because,
probably would look cleaner if you did cut a square.
Yeah,
Correct.
and then to get back to the whole thing with your subgrade, a lot of it, so if you get into that subgrade and there's like big rocks in there, that already shows that the company that came in did not compact it right, number one. And the subgrade has to get put back in, because if not, everything on the subgrade is gonna be soft. And it's hard to compact, but you can, it's just gonna take a lot of muscle.
hey, you gotta do it.
And then once you put your cold patch in, if you do heat it and you do compact it in pretty good, and if you make a good square cut, it's not gonna keep breaking, it eventually bond. It's a temporary fix for a long-term problem,
Absolutely.
but as long as you can stop the water from getting into it, and then once it gets water, you hit it, it's just gonna blow it right back out. So, but we have the equipment for that, and I think that we have a lot of equipment that has been utilized that we need to break back out and start utilizing it again, because that's why it was purchased, and I haven't seen that for
And that was a
Years
request,
now.
and that was a request by the manager at that time.
from Minio.
Exactly. He requested it, we approved it as a board, and they did use it maybe like a few times, but then it went ghost.
Yeah.
But that's a good, we have the equipment there, so
All that
all we
equipment's
need is
up and
training.
running, and
yes,
The
yes.
equipment's there, we just need some training and stick to what we need to be doing.
So,
you better patches. Those won't work, but it'll be better.
And we'll let Daniel show us how to do that since he's gonna do
Hey,
that
I
behind the
will
scenes.
say,
He did 100 of them.
just to finish real quick, the dumping,
Reports?
again, they come out, the sheriffs come out, but lately there's been dead animals.
Gotcha,
Can't report much of that.
gotcha.
We had 3 goats down Dado. We had, Mr. Martinez called us, they actually caught somebody dumping, I think we collected 9 tires. He was able to see it on the video, but there was not much that we could do with it.
Sure.
We did pick them up though, right by Mr. Cortez on the Woodland area. We cleaned out that easement. Somebody went into one of the other properties, started dumping, like just dump trucks.
And, go ahead.
And so what we did was, and I think I spoke this to the board last time as well, they haven't been back here since.
Sure.
Okay, now what they did was they went back on a different side, which was off of Palm, and started dumping on that end.
Are those local people? Do we know any information on that?
That's, I mean, there was a good suggestion, and it's to get with Henry County, because they do have,
The camera?
yeah, the cameras, yes. So we can check it, but if we don't initially see.
Dumping, yeah, yeah, they can.
And if they can't see inside, let's just say it's a trailer, and we can't see in the trailer from those
They
cameras,
gotta catch them red-handed.
we have to catch them red-handed.
Yeah, but the company that they use, the bird cameras, they're pretty cost efficient. They pay for themselves, so we can get more and put them throughout the district, because then that would pinpoint and target where these semi trucks or dump trucks are
Boy,
going.
don't you know what's the name lost the whole rig out here? And there's car leaders everywhere. He lost his whole rig out here.
They're only in the entrances.
That's what I'm saying, but dude lost his whole, Crumb lost his whole rig out here.
Even then,
Car leader
you
didn't pick
still
up
gotta,
nothing.
you still gotta catch them, yeah, you can see
Yeah,
a trailer going with a whole load of tires, and then,
Exactly.
unless they're marked,
Can you do us a solid as a board, those type of things, put it up on the video? And also, in your report, can you address how much manpower and time that we address to tackle those? But please put them on the videos, so even the community can see, you know, what's going on. And hopefully bring awareness, and hopefully in the near future, that will come to it.
Cause it's anything from tires to dead
But we
animals.
wanna see those
Yeah.
pictures.
We should have them, yeah, reach out to the community and Crime Stoppers. They'll give us money to help catch those people. And then, hey, someone in the community
I
that's
will
snitch.
say, we do have people that call from our community
You see?
complaining,
Get Crime Stoppers, get them paid.
yeah, but again, they don't wanna say anything.
It's okay, they'll tell Crime Stoppers. We don't need to know.
So, I mean,
As long as the criminal gets caught, we're good.
they gotta test.
and again, so our Christmas event went great, okay? And our pool, we had, Mr. Keith popped up to do, an inspection, a pop-up inspection. He wasn't, on the schedule to do it, but he did anyway, but the pool was closed because we're in winter anyway, so it's when we do our maintenance. So,
Right.
the flow meter, he said the flow meter was off, but it's a brand new flow meter, it was working. I'm just making sure we're crossing all our Ts and dotting all our Is, to make sure for when we come now, for April, for spring break, is when we reopen it for that week, to make sure that everything, it looks beautiful. If you guys go back there, we've done a lot of work back there, with the landscaping and cleaning it up.
It looks good.
So, and we put furniture out there, new furniture. So it's just, trying to move forward, trying to get, you know, more of the community to come out and use our facilities. We have a new pool table that's there, which that was part of replacing the old one. That was from last year. We just got it now. So, again, just moving forward. And once we set these goals, I can know what direction to move in.
So the pool furniture, I won't get a splinter.
No.
Any comments from the board for the report?
Nope.
I've got one. Go ahead. Any comments?
No, it was just about the potholes that I seen. The pool closure is due to because the water is cold, or because I remember we voted on if someone wants to go in it, let them go in it.
That's a true statement.
Swim at their own risk.
That is a
Are
true
we
statement.
still allowing that, or we're restricting it due to the construction and stuff of
It
everything
was-
that's going on?
Again, for the winter season, is when we shut it down to do all
Maintenance.
maintenance of the pool.
Okay.
And then it's open to the public in the sense of, but they couldn't go in there because
So,
Okay.
construction.
Yeah, because that's what I had.
one adjustment that I want to get better, Becky, that we did a little bit better last year, but it needs to get even more better is, and I think it's gonna be having to make a transition with the summer camp.
Yes.
We need for our community members to have access to that pool, all right? I don't wanna hear that, and I got a few calls and it happened. So obviously our staff is not up to speed, so I know we're not having meetings, it's not registering, but I don't want to experience what we experienced last year, and it happened several times. So that's not lessons learned to me, so I wanna make sure this year that you thoroughly meet with the team, and that I don't have to get calls and those type of things I need to be addressed. Other thing I would recommend for you is to get the employee handbook and go have a meeting with the staff and go over the whole employee handbook. Because I don't think the board is, not saying that we're not, but I don't think the board is gonna be playing games going forward. They're gonna be putting it, if we're not following policies and procedures, you're the person that's sitting in the chair. You have to take full responsibility for your own team. So please make sure they know what to do, what not to do. I would, if there's not a dress code policy, there probably needs to be one. And if it needs to be spelled out, we'll help spell that out. Because we need to be, as stated, we need to be in professional attire, depending on on what we're doing that day.
So just, to what Mr. Cortez said, with me and my flip-flops, I do have neuropathy in my feet. I do have my boots in my office. When I do have to leave, I do put them on. And I have to wear socks because of the fact that my neuropathy, when it does kick in, that's a medical condition that I got from COVID. So just so you know, and the board knows and is aware, it's not because I'm not trying to be unprofessional. And again, I can't even wear heels because it affects everything. So again, when it's really bad, I can't even deal with it. But I do have my boots are in my office, so when I do leave, I put them on to head out, if it's towards the field.
I hope they're pink.
No, they're black.
Oh, okay.
They're black and they're steel toe.
They make it pink, by the way.
Just make sure, so for instance, make sure that, again, going forward, that our staff is in attire, safety equipment that they have. If we have safety shirts if they have employee shirts, that they have the approved working thing, right? Some people strain at work hat, it should be a company hat, those type of things. Make sure we pay attention to the handbook. Please go over the handbook.
Yeah, and I think y'all provide boots to the employees.
Yes, sir. Yeah, but there's also, it's not just the boots, but they have the shoes. They're like the gym shoe style with the steel toe, yes. Because some of them can't use the high boots because of the ankles and stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't like them too.
Well, and so we provide also, whatever's in the book that's in, they can pick, and it is composite steel toe, for them, so, yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, I just wanna make sure so the board's aware that,
Yes.
if there's a steel toe policy and we're paying for the boots and they don't wanna wear them,
Yeah.
Absolutely.
then there's an issue.
Sure. So I would, like I said, recommend going over the employee handbook with all the team. I would say have a sign-in sheet. Make sure on this time, this day, boom, 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 put it in there. Go over the policies and procedures, the expectations with the team as well, and make sure that they're complying and they're doing what they've been entitled to do. And hopefully this, again, will help us to go forward. The other recommendation I would say is, if there are extra projects or time over there, a lot of time, and again, I'm opening it up for the board, that you give us the reasoning I would say at the end of the week or at the beginning of the week, so the weekend, your weekend's when does your weekend?
Sunday.
So come Monday, let's say Albert worked 60 hours.
Mm-hmm.
If you could give us a recommendation why Albert got 60 hours.
Mm-hmm.
The reason behind it. He worked on such and such project. I definitely know about it. Boom, boom, boom. So here going forward, that's I think a recommendation that the board would like to
So
see.
here going forward, this is, I'm hearing, it's a weekly report.
I would say when it comes to critical things, yes, I think what he's making reference to is stuff
It's
that
like
we did on.
bullet points,
Yeah, cause like I said, when I looked at the old emails from board members prior to me, I know that they'll get every week just a kind of a brief, we're doing A to Z and stuff, and I know, and that's what I said, I know it's been done before, and I don't, and it doesn't have to be super detailed, I wouldn't believe, unless it's something that's maybe something critical that we need to know about, and then get more
something that you might want to
detail.
ask, or something that you might want to ask.
Yeah.
You might see something, hey, by the way, I thought this was important. I didn't see it in there.
Yeah, because the only way I can do it is asking for the reports for their dailies, but they have to work off of every other week, sometimes might be 3 weeks, so I have to then catch up, and I just think bullet points, like the same thing we get here, we can get something like that on a weekly, just real quick.
So that's a task that I believe most board members would like to see. So if you're gonna deliver it to 2, you might as well deliver to the rest of them.
That's what I'm
And
asking.
this is what,
Just make it,
out of 16 employees, this is what they did, or this is what we worked on. We'll see the slideshow, but also we can give an account, yes, by the way, Three of them were working on a special project or what, you know, why couldn't this been taken care of during the week? And again, we're looking for you to answer that question, not your employee, we're looking for you.
Yes, sir.
And same as the dailies, with everybody, I'm sorry,
Another one I would like to see is, and I think the board would probably like to see is any incidents, any issues, anything like that, that we know it's gonna cost the, not just cost the district money, but it's you know, it's against the policy, whatever it is, you know. We flipped over the skid steer, we rear-ended a truck, we did this, we did that. I would like to see a report, you know, email to the board. And then number two, I think our maintenance, I would imagine we're following our maintenance on our equipment. But any repairs outside of maintenance that it's not a $5 repair, I think we would like to see that as well. Like, for example, the excavator that you were talking about, I mean, I'm sure we can dig it up, but if we can kind of just get the highlights of, hey, it was a $3,000 repair, we had to redo the pins and bushings, whatever it is, you know, just so that we kind of start following some of that as well, and I mean, hopefully there's no patterns there or whatever, you know, but just so that we kind of stay in the loop on some of those items as well. Just the key items, I mean, I'm assuming we're following the maintenance on the equipment, you know.
We are.
Just,
The
and that's,
preventative info.
and that's the other thing that, you know, was brought up earlier about the employee handbook. I would also say if you can kind of.
We have to update it, just so you know, because
Okay.
it's been
It's a
the
great
same one
time.
that's been circulating forever.
So
And so,
what I would like to see as well is make sure that we, or that the employees know when they're getting into a piece of equipment every day, if there is a specific checklist, or if they should be greasing the excavator every day,
Or walk around.
make sure they understand what we expect of them on a daily basis, before they turn it on, you know, because we gotta remember, it's I mean, an excavator is $300,000-$400,000, right? So,
I would bring busy. Everything that the board is wanting is on busy. Everyone have it, I could show that everybody once they have a
So,
moment.
and that's a good thing, so for instance, they have a walk around, checklist, check your fluids, check
which we
your
do
oil.
have one.
Yeah.
We do have a checklist for them that they fill out, and it is part of, even on the dailies,
So I
on
think,
the top part, it says if they checked, but there is a checklist.
yeah, that's what I'm
And
saying.
it is from, FDOT.
I think most of us wanna see good habits, good patterns.
Yes, sir.
And we don't want things to get ho-hum or forgotten about it. For instance, I just poured diesel in a gasoline vehicle.
I mean, grease is a big one, because it can down any piece of equipment in a heartbeat, and it's very, very easy for you to check and see if they're actually doing it.
Correct.
I mean, you'll see when it's fresh grease or it's not.
Yes.
So those are the type of things, like, so if we have the paperwork and they're following it, you know, I would just recommend following up with that. Just check the machine yourself and okay, I see it's got fresh
Yeah.
grease, you know, just a quick walk around.
Yeah.
But I would still recommend kind of making sure they all understand what you
What's
expect out of that
expected.
form.
Yes, sir.
You know, just to make
I
sure
agree.
we're doing it.
I agree, and they're supposed to, so when they grease a piece of equipment, they have to come and report it to us, and we write it down. And we have an ongoing list of who used the grader that day, because it has a number, and it was greased. And you can see, you know, every day, every 2 days, it's being greased. You know, so that we do have in the office. I make sure of that because, again, I was filling 2 positions. So what I did was, I had Kenya, whenever you guys, I wanna know when you're greasing it, I wanna know, I have the information for when the last, hours were done, for the oil change, and the filters, and all of that, we have that written as well. So we are following the maintenance plan.
So,
Yes, sir.
one question while we're talking about that.
Sure.
Did y'all get all the hour meters on the pumps that had no hour meters for 2
Yes.
years?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah,
we
'cause
did.
that was one of the things, whenever I asked for some records, I seen there wasn't none, then I asked for a year prior and there was none. If I would've went maybe another 2 years, there would've been none, so that's why I asked the question on how are you doing your maintenance?
Yeah.
And then one of the workers said, well, if this pump is on, these other 2 are on. I said, well, if these 2 pumps are off and this one's on, how do you know? Yeah, you don't know if it shuts down something, you know, runs out of water or something, so I told him that's not, and then how many hours do you service them? Every 500, how do you know?
Right.
And then, that's the type of stuff that really needs to get addressed, because if a pump goes down, because I know that there's some pumps, I guess they're not in good shape, and then it comes down to why. And if we was to go back to the past,
Yeah.
we're gonna find there's no hour meters on it for 4 years.
Understood.
So at least that's taken care of now.
And also the, suggestion that the board gave of, automatically running the pumps.
Oh, the telemetry?
Yes, Mr. Dodds did look into it, and, it was part of the,
Right.
to address.
Oh, the overall master plan deal?
Yeah, yeah.
Either run off a transducer, run off floats.
All of that, he had
There's
that
many ways,
information.
there's many ways to
Mhm.
Yeah,
get the pumps
there's a
coming
system that
out.
you can run off your phone through
Absolutely.
Thompson. It's about 10 grand now. And we work with a non-tax organization, and we're using it, and it's a test run, but it's running really well. You can run it off your phone, and it tells you everything. And if there's like an oil change,
Yes, sir.
you'll send it specifically to certain people. It might be, you can send it to the whole board to get it, or just to your mechanic, and then they'll send to your mechanic's phone saying, hey, it's 50 hours close to being due, and you can set all types of stuff. There's a warning. You can crank it, shut off right there. It shows you real time.
What program is that?
It's through Thompson. I can get you the information on it.
Please do.
It's really good. I mean, these are gonna be a little bit different since they're mechanical pumps. If those are final TO4s, they work so much more better. But since they're not, they'll be a little bit more expensive. But I mean, they're very much worth the money.
Yeah, because he had Taylor Electric came out and actually looked at all of ours,
Yeah.
and that was the quote, but again, Steve wanted to present it, so
Sure.
I have a copy of it.
And that's gonna run. Was it gonna do run power to it, or is it for them to wire it in Taylor Electric?
I believe it was to actually get it up and running to what Mr. Steve asked him. He gave him the details of what the board requested
Yeah.
for that, so all the details are there.
So you-
I have it, but I have,
To present that then to us, what they plan on doing.
yeah, I can forward it to you what, the quote was, in regards to that, so I can, email.
Yeah. So we can look into and see what's the difference from going from that to the telemetry through Thompson.
Mhm.
It's probably gonna be a little bit of a difference, but maybe somewhere down the line we get some grant money for it, and we could get ahead a little bit on that.
You can.
Yeah, actually, part of the flooding and the resiliency, we could probably pull money too.
Yeah.
Adding it as another project after the fact.
Yeah, because there's pumps like pump station 3, 5, and 6 need
Those
to
are gonna
go.
be rehabbed.
Well, they're gonna go back to belt drive, or they're gonna go drive shaft.
No, it was dry shaft, it was taking them off the belt.
Okay, they're gonna go with the drive drive.
Yes, that's
Okay.
that's what the rehab was for. Initially with the 1.6 million with, Henry County. And to my knowledge, that is still part of the plan.
As
Yes.
long as that 1.3 will cover it, because everything got a lot
I
extra.
understand.
And Becky, on this also, if there's room for improvement from your end, because communication works both ways,
Yes, sir.
us to you and you to us, as well as the board, so definitely, if you see things that we can improve upon, please bring that up to our attention. Not saying we're all gonna agree with you, but bring it up to our attention, because, we wanna make sure that we're doing what we're supposed to be doing. Any more questions on the management report, so we can move forward?
Yeah, I do.
Go ahead.
How old is that handbook that we have in place?
I'm sorry, say that again?
How old is that handbook?
Your handbook.
How many years? Employee handbook.
That was, I think, established even when they
Yeah.
first started.
So-
Need to get your answer.
Denise did work on it, she worked on it here and there.
Yeah.
But it's so outdated, I mean, they didn't even have the whistleblower act on that, that's something that got put in 2017 whenever I left. And so there's a whole bunch of stuff that really needs to be updated, because there's a lot of employees that use stuff, and then they're scared to say anything, and then they didn't know about the whistleblower act. So I think that's something very important for employees to know.
So we don't have a random drug test, right?
Yes, we do.
Oh, we do?
We do that, yes,
How
sir.
often?
It's
If you
every
get-
90 days.
I think if you can
Is
access.
it a computer, is it a system or software?
We had a company that would come in randomly
Okay,
and do it. And since they no longer did it, I tell everybody, let's go, we're going into town. Nobody knows.
anybody fail? I mean, I knew, did anybody?
Nobody's failed, sir, no.
How about checking driver's license randomly?
I haven't done that, to be honest. We've done it with the initial
beginning.
background.
Yeah.
Yeah, when we do the initial background and the level 2 background, all of the reports come out. I haven't done it since, and that's just being honest. So.
When they send the application, that anything there says, if you have any violation drive, you need to, your driver's license, you need to report it, or do we know that?
I've never seen that on an application. No,
That's on, yeah.
no, not at all.
No, you mean like if they got a speeding ticket that they'd have to tell them, or?
You know, or you're trying to say if their license gets suspended.
Send it,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
DUI.
there isn't anything in that handbook. We can draft a policy that, you know, we do reviews, you know, of their driving record, you know, quarterly. But like how we have at ours, what we do is we do it quarterly, where we just send everyone's license information. We haven't had a case where anyone's came back, but it is good to do because I've had other people who are other business partners. They said that when they have multiple trucks, you'll have one guy who's been here 10, 15 years, forgets to do something and doesn't tell you, and their license is suspended. And then you have to go on the whole avenue of, hey, you can't use the vehicle plus all the equipment. Because it's a high-risk liability. Yeah, that's something that I don't see it being a problem of us drafting it as a policy to putting in there, but for the most part.
Yeah, but this happened here before. I mean, there's two employees. There's one that had a permanently suspended license and he still worked here. And then there's another guy that he had to actually blow into an interlock device to actually drive the company vehicle, and he was driving, he was a mechanic here, and he did not, which, he worked under Kelly. Kenny? Yeah, and then whenever they did his driver's license thing, he had to blow into an interlock device. That's any vehicle, and he was taking the mechanic truck from here back home. And that's something that was brought up, and then he ended up quitting. And I mean, unfortunately, I mean, it's bad that had to come up, but the problem is that they wasn't doing what was supposed to be done as far as like their background checks and stuff and keeping up with the license and stuff. But that guy had to carry an SR-22 insurance, and then Central County would have to, you know, be able to take that, and nobody would.
That liability. That's
Yeah, yeah, you know, so.
I had one employee that, his license was suspended because of the toll ticket, never, he didn't know about it.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
another one too, so that's why that should be also randomly checked.
Well, I will say, all of my CDL drivers, I will say, because we have to renew it every 2 years, the FDOT physical and stuff like that. Yeah, and then they have to go and to the driver's license. You know, I can say those have been faithful. And, you know, the stuff. Now, the other people that are just, you know, they drive a regular vehicle, no. So, but, I mean, again, moving forward, all we need to just make sure that we apply whatever the policies we're gonna do. As a board, I just need to know, so, like I said, that employee handbook,
Need to be updated.
Needs a lot of work.
it does.
It doesn't need to be updated.
It needs a new
It
one.
needs to be,
We need a new
Gotta
one.
wait.
no, seriously, what's happened is over 25, 30 years, we've done piecemeal updates, and if it doesn't match up internally, you literally, I would start with a brand new, completely new.
Yeah, some policies
Take more
overlap
time
each
to-
other.
Yeah.
Yeah, because even the thing that they do a lot within there was, like where you accumulate time that's over a cap. So you could accumulate
And it's still,
1,000 hours and then you gotta, you know, with us doing the budget stuff, we gotta be able to account for that. So that's something we gotta be able to do to make sure that if the employees do take out their money, that we don't end up in the negative, because at any time, you know, if we get 13 employees, here's some, 16, so if we get 16, they all pull out, you know, $1,000, 16,000. It's not a big one, but if they pull out more than that,
Yeah.
and that's something we gotta account for as far as the budget and stuff, and just being, you know, we might have to set a cap one day, because I don't know many places that does. You know, if we do put a cap, do something that's good for them, that's not gonna pretty much, you know, kick them in the rear either. So something that's gonna work for them.
I will say that with ADP and Paychex, I looked on both websites,
Yeah.
they have an HR program as well.
Yes.
It's not just a time and management, you know, it's an HR, and they've got a lot of different just, and not only trainings as well, but with the HR part, they have, employee handbooks, everything from A to Z. You tell them what you want, what we're looking for,
They do.
and,
It's like a menu.
Yeah.
You choose, and the cool thing about that is, so the employee handbook is online.
and it's
it better.
Yeah, notifies you too of the stuff that's coming into effect. And
Anything else, Mr. Red?
I'm done, thank you.
Thank you, Becky, for your manager's report, thank you for the comments, board. Engineers report, I guess he's absent, so we'll move on to treasury report, Mr. Boyd.
Due to the fact as late as it is, probably the most important page that we look at is expenditure page, okay, page 6.
Can you tell us what came in this month?
Yeah, it came in, well,
We could be in a bag for
you'll see the biggest thing is the roads, $487,000 was spent on paving those roads.
Yes, sir.
That's on page 6, like 5 rows up there. So that's put us well over budget. So next month, we're gonna be working with the auditors like we do annually. They come out to our office 2 days, I'm there the whole time. I'm gonna need to amend, review and reallocate the budget, because if you look, the total expenditure line is not the very bottom line, but it's the line right above that. And then the 3 columns that say 3 months ended the actual budget variance. You can see there where we spent $1,510,000, which the budget is done on monthly proration.
That's correct.
So it would only show 886,000, so we're actually $623,000 over the budget.
Mr. Boyd, where are you at with that? I'm on page 6.
At the bottom.
Yeah,
Oh, you're on the
at
bottom,
yeah.
Okay.
The bottom is where all that is. 5 lines up, it shows where the.
Resurfacing.
Yeah, that's where we spent a lot of money up front.
Yes, sir.
So I'm gonna redo the budget, while the auditors are out here in like 3 weeks.
Yes, sir.
Reflect where that, where that's leaving us.
Understood.
That's the main thing. So if you wanna go into more detail than that.
But in that, let me ask you this, so where, the actual number was 400 and, is it 62?
Yeah, it's 400, in the third and the fourth column there.
Yes, sir.
It's actual $487,400 is what we spent on paving.
Gotcha.
We only budgeted $100,000.
But I believe, let me ask you this in reference to that, but we believe in talking to you with the revenue that we had coming in, that we would have enough to cover all this, correct? You just have to make sure that the lines will be audited and move from one, thing to another, is that correct?
Well, there's things that can be moved, whether or not it'll totally cover it, I don't know. It may cause us to use some of our beginning balance, but, the $220,000 for the dump truck is not, that's one we're gonna.
Yeah, that's what the board gave me permission to use that money. And we also have money still with, the dirt roads
So.
and also with the rebuild, with the material.
So, just to clarify that, so that capital outlay, if I'm circling back to the meeting, that dump truck was gonna be taken out this fiscal year, so we could use that funding to resurface
Yes,
some of the roads?
yes,
Okay.
yes,
Okay.
yes.
All
And
right.
then
And that's what I'm gonna adjust for the next, for the next time you'll see the budget, redone.
Understood.
Correct.
Okay.
Isn't one of our pieces of equipment supposed to be dropping off?
You mean the payments for the 75,000 or 75,000, 2 pieces of equipment, right?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
150,000, I think it's like 150,000.
Yeah, we, in the annual budget under John Deere and Caterpillar Finance, that's the amount that's gonna be paid off by the end of the year. So that's our.
Second to the bottom.
Yeah, $49,131, that's gonna be all gone by the end of this year.
And then we won't have anything,
Because we don't have any more monthly payments on our 6120 amps.
we're done
That's,
with that.
we're done, yes,
Okay,
yes. That ended in July
okay.
and then in October was our last payment, and that's why it's not gonna be on here either, it was for 32, I think it was. On the boom mower.
So that's all we owe.
So we have 3 pieces of equipment that we paid off.
The roller, was that?
That's-
The roller we bought cash.
It does a buyout?
Yeah, that was a buyout.
Okay.
That's done.
So the 49, that's the remaining balance of our grader.
Well, that's our yearly payment for
At
the
the
grader.
beginning of the year, that was the amount.
Okay.
That's why I put it
Yeah.
in budget. So by the end of the year, it'll be paid off. So the only other thing will be our.
He never moved, well, we asked him to, and I asked for permission for the money for the resurfacing. So once he does that, you will have a better, yes, sir.
And we gotta always remember that we still have been properties that we voted to get rid of. So we still have money there that,
Yeah, John was supposed to be working on that.
And that's not budgeted, that would be revenue to
Yeah.
help us out.
right,
And also with, getting rid of the equipment.
yeah,
I'm looking,
Ms. Cortez spoke about the
there's a company that comes and they will actually
Iron
look at the
Planet,
value.
Iron Planet.
Iron Planet? The ones that actually come out and look at it?
They'll come out here and they can give you an estimate of what it'll sell for, but
Mhm.
then if we wanna move forward,
Put it to auction.
they'll charge you a fee, but they'll take pictures here and they'll leave it here,
Okay.
and they'll do an auction, and it'll be online, and then, once it sells,
I mean, I've heard of Iron Planet, because the
Yeah.
guys have shown me what they've done, so.
yeah,
But I didn't know they actually come out, because I met another company at, one of our conferences, that they do it, and it's just like that.
I can give you the contact of the
I would
guy
appreciate
that
that,
we
please.
use, cause he's like
So
the,
I can go moving that along.
like the regional guy, he's actually, I think he lives in Belleville,
Mhm.
but he's in charge of like Florida and Georgia. So and they have a guy in Fort Myers as well, but it's usually market value that you get for it,
Mhm.
and it's pretty, I mean, you gotta pay the fees, but
Mhm.
it's pretty simple.
Yeah, and I did talk to the board about that, so.
is that, the big excavator, is it salvaged or is it destroyed or, cause I asked about, what was the update on that, what was wrong with it and if it was good, bad, blown up? And I didn't get no reply back on that.
The last thing I know of that was that, Jose, correct me if I'm wrong, with, la excavadora grande, ¿qué fue la razón? Because all I know is it was parked there, and Emilio was the one that parked it back there.
Well, cause I heard it went into the canal and it got water damage and the employee tried to turn it over and locked the motor. And then, cause I was asking about that report, it's been a while back and I never got that report. And it was never, I don't believe there's an incident report for it. I know it's before your time, but
Yeah.
I know that, you know, maybe you being the assistant, you might have known. And that's why I was gonna see if there's an incident
Anything
report or
that
anything.
was, you seen that anything, even when Emilio was here, that he told me report the incident reports, all the incident reports, you guys, going back to that, within 24 hours of an incident, we're supposed to report it to the board.
Yeah, cause
Okay, and so if something like that does happen, I do send out an incident report. Or at least an email stating, hey, this happened, so the board is aware, and I've done that as well.
do you know anything about it going in the canal
I
or
don't,
getting water damage?
no,
Okay.
and, I mean, again, all the details and stuff like, I don't, all I know is that it was parked there, it did, it was working, so I don't know exactly when, but it was working and then they parked it there. So, you know,
Has anybody looked like,
I haven't asked nobody to come and look at it because we said we were gonna get rid of it, to be honest. So I don't know if, you know, we can start it up and look and see, but
yeah. Cause what I suggest to the board, that's a very expensive piece of equipment and to buy something like that, you're talking about big dollars and if we have to spend a little bit of money and get it fixed, if it's worth it.
it is worth it.
Salvage it, you know, and if it's not worth it, then we'll get rid of it and somewhere, you know, I think it's a little too big maybe. But if we can still use it, I mean, that would've been great for, Canal 13. And there's a couple other places that it could have probably been okay on. So, yeah, but if we can look into that and see, you know, what was wrong with it, if it got.
I can get his quote as soon as possible.
You want to quote on it?
Yeah,
Okay.
quote on it to get it repaired up and running, see what's,
John Deere?
John Deere Cat, yeah, for sure. Either one.
somebody give, maybe a couple quotes to, if it's valuable, what we have to invest in it to, bring it back
Yeah,
down.
and if we can find out what really happened to it, just put it on a report so then we know that it went into a canal and.
I'll try to get as much as information.
John Deere, correct?
Okay. So,
Is that a John Deere or a Cat?
John Deere.
that's a John Deere.
Yeah, John Deere's all around us too.
You don't know this, but we're already buying it from.
All right, Mr. Boyd, sorry.
Yeah, that's the primary thing in this report, if you want to go over more of the details, we can.
Gotcha. So yeah, I think we made a big push in the beginning to get that in the beginning of the year, for the new budget, get that road, because the one definitely didn't get done last year. We were supposed to get done.
So now, the next meeting we'll have a budget, readjusted and maybe.
And
And we still got the rest of the year to make up ground, you know. I assume we're not planning to resurface any more.
no, sir, that's off the table. That was just those two.
And even if we sold the properties and we got a few $100,000, or is the property gonna be just replenished what we let go of?
No, I think, like I said, I think it seems like we stopped with, I'm assuming we can talk with the engineers, if there's more road that money, you know, to protect our investment,
Yeah.
to protect our road, if it's called for. You know, I have driven down, I don't know about Appaloosa, but I have driven down Ball Cypress as well. So if you think it needs to be redone, I think that'd be one good project that definitely would need to, that needs to continue.
Ventura Avenue is another one.
Yeah, on this side, right, over here on this
Yeah,
side.
from, Quebrada to Cabbage Farm is really bad.
Then also just do yourself a solid, then just reach out to the 3 contractors, see if they can, you know, when that time comes in the fiscal year in October, see what the pricing is and give us that information, see if we can squeeze it in here. Anything else, Mr. Boyd, you have for us? Any questions from the board, Mr. Boyd? Third report. John?
Items I work on the agenda, we'll continue to work on the ERP application with the district, the grant applications, vulnerability assessment, county, district manager, recruitment process, and that whole process. Spent a lot of time on that, and also drafting the stormwater request for proposals document, working with the engineer.
Going back to something that Mr. Sell said, where are we at with those properties? Is there something, I thought they were being worked on as well.
We gave a list.
Yeah, Steve, I know he's been working on it.
Okay.
I literally got in his house.
Understood.
On Monday.
Understood.
I'll check with him.
Okay. Anything other to report to us, Mr. Romero?
No, sir.
Any questions from the board to the attorney?
We voted on changing all the positions to general in one of our meetings 3 months ago, I think. And we voted on it and stuff like that to have all the positions changed to general.
I'm sorry, not all the positions.
Yeah, all
So, all the board, well, I think you.
Oh, you want, yeah, so I can contact some lobbyists. So the way the process works, in fact, because of the snowstorm in Tallahassee, everything shut down, but committee weeks were to start this week, they got now kicked back, so we have to move very, very quickly. Session starts in March, ends in May, but all the real work is done through the committee process before the session starts. But I will reach out, there is a firm called CAS, C-A-S, Governmental Consultants, that do a lot of work, Okeechobee, Hendry, just around the communities around the lake. It used to be Craig A. Smith and
Yeah.
Associates.
Maletta, John Maletta.
Yeah, they broke off, and formed CAS Governmental. There's a few former, state representatives that run that now. one is from Henry, they're pretty good, and they're not crazy expensive. And so I'll reach out, they're a good group, see if they can give us a proposal.
All right.
Me?
Anything else if,
You do?
anything else with the attorney?
Yeah, I remember we were discussing about moving the district into a different direction, as the governor is wanting to dilute, special districts, and his agenda is pushing that. I know that we're getting a lot of, pressure. I did reach out to other special districts as well, and they're trying their hardest to lobby and get some lawmakers to stay on the special district side. Has your office contacted anybody to see what avenue or how to start that process? If we need to get like another firm that just strictly deals with that and have them help us along the way in captivating that. Has there been any breakaway or anything on that?
Yeah, so, look, we're a small district, I don't think it's realistic for us to spend the money to do our own lobbying. FASD is a huge, powerful group that has one purpose, to protect taxing districts. I recommend that we work with them and through them. They have a full-time Tallahassee-based lobbying team. And even districts 10 times our size work with them and through them. Very few districts, like maybe 3 or 4 out of the thousands, are big enough to hire. These are ones that have $60–70 million a year budgets. I think the more realistic is to work through FASD. They're very good, well-staffed. The executive director is David Ramos, and Dave is a former law partner of mine, so he's a lawyer. And he has Randa, he is a lobbyist. It's a part-time job as executive director, and his other job is a lobbyist. So they're really connected.
Everybody runs through them.
Pardon me?
Everybody goes through them. Everybody in special district.
It's, that's why they exist, is to lobby for, among other things, to lobby for districts in Tallahassee, lobby for big district legislation, lobby against legislation that tries to hurt special districts. The thing that happened last year was a very unique situation, and it really was that battle between Disney and Governor DeSantis. And he went after Disney's taxing district, the Reedy Creek improvement. We just got the line of fire.
Yeah.
But he's diluted other water districts like ours.
Not that I'm aware of. There's a rumor, no, not a rumor, there's a belief that out of those thousands of districts, there's mosquito control districts, there's fire districts, there's street lighting districts, that there's some out there that exist that do nothing. But they tax, but they don't really do anything. And the whole idea of those performance measures is to find them and not dilute them, eliminate them. And I'm sure we'll find a few hundred that nobody can figure out what they really do.
Try to become independent, keep more of our tax money, provide more services.
Well, and I think it was Mr. Moreno said, well, if we're gonna go talk to the lobbyists, why don't we also talk to them about the incorporation issue? And so I will find you some candidates, and these are people that are plugged into Tallahassee. They live in Tallahassee, and I think they'll be able to give you some better input as to how to do it and when to do it. Politics, timing is everything, and when's the right time, and when's a bad time. And so, we'll task them to talk to you about that.
And doesn't the biggest push have to come from the constituents themselves?
Yes.
I know when I read up about how it could be changed, that this is the least of the problem. The biggest thing is the constituents that has to be on board, and it's not just a few, it has to be,
Most of the incorporations you've seen in the last 10 years is because an activist rallied the community, gathered signatures from the majority of the residents, formed a committee, and lobbied for it.
And it was also put on,
Very grassroots,
Yeah.
that's how it
and it
is.
was also put on ballots. I know that there's a water district like ours that they incorporated, because of how the county was using them, like how we're being used as a cash cow. And I know that they've taken it to the extreme where the county's like, oh, we provide all of these services. And the district said, well, you tax us for it, but realistically, you're not providing them.
If you Google,
Like ours.
Waxahachie Groves Water Control District in 2016 turned into the town of Waxahachie Groves. Very tiny, I think they're 10-acre and 20-acre lots. And they got, what do you call it, equestrian folks. Started moving in there, and with a lot of money, buying these 10-20 acre, and they would put a barn and a mansion, and then that's when they said, okay, enough is enough, and those guys organized, and they were all very well financed.
Yeah, and the other reason why I'm bringing it forward is because a lot of old farmland is being sold dirt cheap to some big investors that I know, and they got the money to get with the county to rezone those areas from farming to commercial residential. And if that happens, we could start seeing apartment buildings and skyscrapers outside of our district. But the county's gonna get to the point and say, well, you can't keep up with the flow of traffic, you can't keep up with the volume of people coming in, we're just gonna dilute you, and now you are represented by 2 county commissioners instead of a local elected board. So I've been doing my due diligence and research on that, and they are planning on making some of these big changes this year, especially with some of their people that they paid for their campaigns, and now they're sitting in high positions. So either we jump on the ball and start moving in a different direction, or they're gonna come in and they're gonna say, well, you're this small, we bought 100 and 200 acre land, we're gonna rezone it, and the county's gonna say, well, you're right, you have more people that live in a dense area than that, and we won't be able to keep up with the flow because of how the taxes is
I
broken.
think that's kind of the thing that Mr. Estrada was kind of asking the question to about why would we want to do that? And, I don't think we was able to give him an explanation at all on that. But, the biggest thing is us being where we're at now with the landowners. A lot of people that are into real estate and stuff, they're going to be for it. But if you really look at it, the majority of people that live here in Montura are mostly renters. The real landowners don't even live here. And then it goes back to the same thing as general. I would rather somebody that lives here, day in and day out, they're registered to vote here in this precinct, they live here. A landowner that owns a property here, they live somewhere else. Not saying that their vote doesn't count anymore, they shouldn't vote, but the thing is that it still goes, it's the same thing. And then what ends up happening, it comes down to a monetary thing. If you can't pay for your taxes, you can't vote. I'm very much against that. There's a lot of people here that, that they're living, paycheck to paycheck, and they're having to, pay their taxes every other year because they have to skip one and stuff. And, even our voting rate is terrible. When you look at your landowners, you're lucky to get 100 people. Whenever we did the generals, quite a few thousand. So that just shows the interest in it and stuff. And then it takes away from big landowners. Because imagine if me and her was the biggest landowners here, and all of y'all are against something, and we both could outvote you. I don't see the fairness in that because it comes back to the money. And then the people with the money, they're gonna
The general elections draws thousands of people because they're voting for 12 other offices.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
And local people, because there's one person from the community says, oh, well, there's nobody local. Well, Michael Axon was in there, Ramon Iglesias, and so there's other people that's still in there.
But in the general, this year, nobody ran against. You were in the general, you was in the general, there was nobody that ran against.
But they could have if they wanted to.
But they did.
And the thing is with landowners, and then the thing is that our elections have been compromised for 20 years.
Somebody ran against you?
And that's the thing, because whenever you see that you get fake names, and then there's people that sold, people in real estate, they had 20 properties, they sold 10, and they still got to vote for the 20.
That's what I say, I don't think, you talk about we had a great turnout for the general election, but nobody from Ontario ran against either one of you guys, so I don't think it was successful.
But you know what's the worst
I don't
thing?
think it's successful.
No, the worst thing that happens with that is the lack of information. Every time I ran, I posted on Facebook, hey, there's positions. this position, because the best thing is for somebody, because see, this is my thing, me as a board member, think about me, one person, one vote. What I have to do, I have to go out and I have to speak to every individual, love me or hate me, and I have to get your vote. And that's the thing. Now, you know, we vote, I'm born and raised in Monterey, everybody knows me. I don't want people to vote for me because I married Lou's son. It's because he knows, you know, he's got a passion for this, what he's trying to do. He's not trying to get this, or this. He ain't trying to get something for himself. And I've always been against that type of establishment stuff. People that has money and does that. What ends up doing, the person that can't pay for stuff, they're the one that's always going to get victimized. And that's why I said, one person, one vote, you're going to have to work your butt off to win. That whole, all I got to do is get 3 people with 50 votes, that's a buddy system. I've never been into that stuff.
Yeah, but the thing
2020 was it.
And I think that's great what you said, but in reference to the general election that you guys, to the general elections is, there's not been, nobody running against, nobody ran.
I think it's the transparency. You know, even when I ran, I had to run against Lewis. That was a race of its own.
Sure.
I was new to Montura. Yeah, the organization was part of the, you know, Montura, but I didn't know a lot of people. You know, yeah, some of my family was here, but it was
But
a
even
tight
think about
race.
it. How many people came out and voted whenever y'all ran? A lot more than during the landowner. And you don't have to worry about somebody coming with 10 votes against you saying, you know what, I'm going to put 10 votes against you. They didn't like it.
There's big families here that they straight up told me to my face, I ain't voting for you. I like Lewis better. And all 20 of them came to my little booth, looked at me in the face and said that, and walked right in that building and came back and said, we didn't vote for you.
Yeah.
And I said, hey, that's your democracy right. You vote for who you want to vote for.
So the thing is, whenever the people moves as a whole, how's it going to be, through landowner or general?
Well, if we do incorporate, they're gonna have the state. There's laws. There's gonna be districts, and you have to live within your district and stuff like that.
But I think here is most of us that are landowners, right? So I'm going to speak on behalf of a landowner. I would not like to live in Monterey Ranch and have 5 people on this board that rent in Monterey, pay rent, but don't own land, and then they can say, you know what? I can raise taxes, I can affect the landowner, the property values and everything, because I'm a renter.
So we've had people run for landowner, they don't even live here, they got another house somewhere else, and then they come up here for meetings, and they still don't even know. So you gotta think about it. So it works both ways. So the same thing that you're against, they happen on both sides.
No, but isn't that how we're structured? Like we can restructure just that, where you have to run for a landowner seat and live here. Like we can make that criteria, correct? Yeah, that's something you can draft that and get that broken in there. Where if you're a landowner,
I'm
you
sorry,
have
I misunderstood. No, it's.
that they have to have a homestead
You're a
here.
landowner and you have a homestead here now.
You sure? We can't change it?
You just have to be a landowner. So that's what I'm saying. If you want a piece of land, you can live in New York. And if you make it here once a month.
But that has not, I don't think that's happened.
No, but what I'm saying, but it has happened that we've had people sit on the board and they live outside of here.
Sure.
And then they come, so it's been done before, but like just the compromised elections for over 20 years, I think is more than enough, because this community has been kicked in the butt over that. And even whenever that did come out, you know what everybody did? Oh, we're gonna forget that happened. That's the past. And then what happens again? So we have another issue. So that's why general would be better, just to get off of our hands and let them deal.
So again, as the people watch this video and people are about the best, brought up to speed is the board has voted that the general election is the way to go. Now we're gonna go to legislation, this, that, and the other, so the board can understand, because I'm pretty sure we're gonna get some pushback from the community. Is you're saying that there could be 5 people on this board that all they have to do is register a voter in Henry County, if I'm not mistaken, and can sit on this board.
You gotta be, your precinct is here at the courthouse. So that shows that you have to live here.
But can you have an address and not actually live here?
So you can own land and not live here either.
So that's what I'm saying.
So you see what I'm talking about?
But say for instance, we're gonna just use a true scenario.
Yeah.
These 5 seats could be 5 people that pay rent here. And say, you know what, I don't like what's going on, and even though I don't own land out here, I want to bring this in, bring that in, or change stuff, and they have to say so.
It doesn't affect you.
Exactly.
Yeah, I can see.
So that's what I'm saying,
I
that's,
can see
that's the pushback that I'm getting,
Yeah,
as people are saying that they own out here, say, hey man, you actually saying there's 5 people that can be on this board and dictate to what goes on in Montrose. Yes, that's what can probably happen.
well, it's a democracy, it's really up to them. You know, the constituents want it, they want it, they don't, they don't. We, you know, we can voice our
But
opinion.
there's pros and cons.
Well, we gotta look at it. So, do you own land here? Yeah, your name is in it.
No.
So basically, you're saying Daniel shouldn't be sitting up here.
I'm not saying that. Of course. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying what the thing
Of
voted.
course you are.
I don't want somebody to represent.
But you live
me that-
here, right? So then the thing is, there's people, we know plenty of people, you know, too, that they've been here for 40 years. They've never owned anything here, but they've raised their kids here and their grandkids here.
But do you want them to dictate to what goes on
If they,
in your
if they
community?
live here, I have no issue. I've never have. I'll tell you, I've never gotten into who, this and that. If you live here, renter or not, I believe that you could sit up here.
Hold it, Danny, hold it. See what the people say.
I do,
Hold it.
last time I did,
Hold it.
the landowners won.
But the thing is, you know what you gotta do? You gotta give the pros and cons. Because I tell you, you wanna know why a lot of people don't come and vote? Because after them elections happen with the landowners, and I showed them, I said, look at all these fake names. You know what they say? That's why we don't vote, because it's never gonna be right. And then, you know what? And in the general, we never had one issue, have we? But in the landowners, it's been corruption and illegal.
So the last one was the
It-
last election for landowner.
That's what I was gonna bring. I think the last election.
There was an issue.
Well, that had to do with our legal
No,
team
but
that
this
was
wasn't,
oversight.
but look, we had an issue in it, right?
We did
So
have
now
an
the
issue.
thing is,
But-
in general, have we ever had an issue like that ever?
No, and that's what I was gonna bring up. The reason we haven't had an issue with the general election is because it goes through a government entity,
That's
which
what
is
they
the
do.
supervisor of election. The landowner seats are supposed to be done by the landowners. I've seen a landowner seat happen on one of our properties that we were buying, and they had an HOA. Same old deal. And we have our managing board that sits there, and then you have all the HOA board members that sit there. A lot of the people who are renting their homes out, they were upset because all of the people who owned land within that community, they straight up said, we don't want this, but they were the majority. And they won. And it's the same thing on the election. It's some years you have people come out, and you have other years where nobody comes out. And we had one where it was the same thing. You know, we had 100 and something people, and you had 1,000 and something people who were general election. And my team was like, are you a landowner? No, go over there. Are you a landowner? Oh, you go over there. And when the vote happened, it was fair. But what I understand your point. I think us as a governing board, we have to communicate that to our constituents, be transparent to it, let the landowners know through either mail or, they mail out packets in districts and counties. We don't do that. They do a lot of what's called pre-marketing. 3 months in advance, 2 months in advance, a month in advance, you're getting a paper that says landowners meeting, and they have signs that are posted everywhere throughout the district, and you pass by and say, oh, what's that? Oh, landowners meeting, all right. You go to big counties, you'll see in little boards that they're getting faded after a month, leaning, landowners meeting. Oh, all right, that's nothing. Then the day comes, everybody blows up. Oh, I didn't know. It's there. What I believe works is communication. Everyone has a phone. Everyone's real quick to go on their phone. Let's get an app. Why? Hey, we're having our landowners meeting. It's going to notify them. We can set it up where 3 months in advance, landowners meeting, October. 2 months, October. The month of this day, this time. No one can say they have an excuse. After that election goes, what do we say? We tried it with the data. We had the app. We notified 100 to 1,000 and something people.
We're shooting for 5 hours.
And
hold on.
And
Get more overtime, Jose, don't worry about it.
and
You get more overtime.
nobody showed up. But I am a firm believer in that there is people who own land and they don't live here and they do have a right in the election. And my fear is big businesses come in, big people with big pockets. They buy all this land or they buy all these homes, and they control the seat. It's true. That can't happen. But we have to be transparent. Like, even my voters, when I ran, Lewis was very well known. I wasn't. And I told people, I'm going to be very transparent, very straightforward with everybody. I'm young, but what I want to bring, and I made sure I tried my hardest to bring all the things to the board. We got a grader within a couple months. That's what we needed. more opportunities for younger people, the events, we brought that. It's about captivating our board, but also captivating our community. Like I tell people, I'm not perfect, and I'm far from perfect. Only God's perfect. But we have to work together. 100%. There is times where the landowners, they dictate what goes on. You're right. I've heard multiple landowners that bought land. They do not live here. They're building a $500,000 home, and I personally know some of them. Their doctors said, "Oh, that's my vacation home." They sent their own family members to come to the meeting for the landowner and said, "Oh, who won? Oh, okay. It doesn't affect me. I only pay a little utility fee."
Yeah. Well, most landowners that they live here, they vote in general elections too. And then there's just some people in general that they don't vote in landowner because they don't own land. So I mean, it's a give and trade.
Sure.
You know, the thing is that every time we have elections and stuff, there's something. And I don't think it has to keep being thrown on her to have to take care of that. And then John's gonna have to make sure. Because every time, it's like at some point that has to go away. And then every time we go to.
You could be over the committee. You can't touch the ballot. You make a committee.
No.
You get 5, 10 people. They all sign a contract stating that we are all going to come together to get the votes. You go around passing the sheet. Hey, this is what the votes were. You agree? You looked at it. Sign. They do that in other little communities, and it's fair. You know why? Yeah, I'm finished. Because on the paper you're seeing all the votes, and do that. Transparency.
I only have one thing I want to bring up, just for we're on supervisor's report, real quick. As far as our Canal 13, I think that we need to get a plan. My thing is, as far as with John, like legally, is there anything that we need to do legally to some type of waiver, some type of agreement to where Mr. Cotton's not mad, we stay good with him, and that we finish what we're supposed to do and get him into that, because I know that he wasn't happy about it, and he did threaten that if he doesn't end up staying with the Culver and so forth, he's gonna get his attorney involved. And then that's how I came into it, and I asked about it, like what was the plan, where we're at, and there really wasn't no plan. It's kind of like this is where we're at, but somewhere we need to do something about it before it does turn into something legal. I don't think it's gonna get to that. I hope not, but we need to avoid it as much as we can right now.
I mean, it's my understanding that we asked a landowner for permission to cross over his property to get the district property to perform canal maintenance. Is that what's, and I thought that had been done a month ago.
Are we
2 months
protected
ago.
by law?
No. Because the thing is, and that's what because from the email that I was sending Becca said that about the access and stuff. And then that's why I asked about the quarter mile going down Pinecone. And then she explained to me kind of why they had to do that. It's like, now we're getting into pulling his trees out, and now we're, doing things on his property that maybe, that we were, I don't think nobody here was aware of that. And that's why I was telling her, if we would have known about that, I think we should have had a meeting about it to see if that's the steps we want to take, or if there's some type of legal way through it that we had to go through.
I can help you, but I still don't know. So we're pulling trees out of his property?
Yes.
He gave us permission to come in through his property, because the thing is, we will be working off of Pinecone. And, the trees are maybe 50 feet tall, some of them. That's how big, and the roots are so massive, we can't tear the trees down from that side, because that's just a bigger liability. So when you stated that if we got permission from the landowners to come in and be able to use his easement to get into our easement, that would be okay. He had trees on his easement, so for us to get into ours, we had to knock his down, and he wanted them, it was okay because he wanted them down anyway. So it was benefiting him as well, and us, the district, to go ahead and do that, and we could get into ours
We had
safely.
to clear a path across his land to get to our easement.
Yes.
Yeah.
Trees,
Yes,
okay.
yes.
And is that done?
The trees are down, we were in the process, we're still in the process of, we got to the back where we needed to, on Canal 13, where is the bend, basically, and, the debris was there. What happened was that Mr. Cotton, he called, like I stated, he called and he asked if we would remove the trees. And I said, once the excavator was up and running, we would be back over there.
Remove the trees that we had taken down,
Correct,
okay,
correct. Because there's some big roots that we were bringing over here.
okay.
But he also agreed that if we did smaller piles, 8x8s, we could burn them on his property. So we didn't have to bring the other debris. So after he spoke to Mr. South though, he changed and he started whatever he told you, okay?
I told you everything we spoke about, like I said, I'm
No,
very
I'm
open
just-
about all that.
No, but that's what I'm stating, okay? The culvert part that we were talking about, okay? I said, I'm gonna call the county, I did call the county, I spoke with Shane Parker.
Where's the call?
Temporary culvert.
There's a temporary
On
culvert,
Pine Cone, on the north side of Pine Cone.
yes. So we could come in and out of his
There's two
property,
culverts on the north side of Pine Cone.
but ours is permanent.
Understood.
And the county gave us permission to keep it there permanently because it's an easement to maintain our canal.
Gotcha,
So they gave us permission,
gotcha.
but they're not giving nobody permission on there. And I told Mr. David, I said, you need to go to the county and see if they would give you permission to keep your culvert. I was like, but that's a temporary culvert for now. I said, because that's all they gave me. He says, I'm gonna call and I'm gonna go over there myself and pull the permit.
Yeah.
He has not done that, okay? But, Mr. Parker, Shane Parker, the engineer, he says, Becky, you guys can use that temporary culvert and you can use it to come in and out, you know? But once it's done,
Your project's complete, you gotta
yes,
remove it.
you need to remove it. And you can keep yours and put a fence or whatever we're gonna do, you know, a barrier or whatever,
Yeah.
to not let people go through, you know? And that's what was stated to me.
The black HDPE pipe, is that ours or his?
No, that's ours.
And
That's our temporary, we put it there because,
So them two are gonna come out, the one that's on Pine Cone and the one inside, that's the HDPE pipe.
we only have one on the easement, on the temporary one.
Yeah, but you have one for your easement?
Yeah, but that's galvanized.
Yeah,
It has to be
because.
the one for Henry County has to be galvanized.
Yeah,
And that's what we have on ours, which is a permanent one.
and there's two on Pine Cone.
Yeah, but the one next to it that's black,
Well, there's one on the other side, 'cause once you pass the galvanized one and you jump to the other side to where his ditch is, there's the black HDPE pipe.
yeah,
Right.
yeah,
So
yeah,
this-
yeah.
So that's what I'm saying, them two culverts are gonna get pulled, or just one.
It's the one,
Well, the inside,
The
Yeah.
on
HDPE.
the outside.
So
the
two-
inside and the outside,
so-
yes.
So this is what I'm saying, cause he asked about that, cause he said that they're supposed to stay where his semis could come through. And I told him I have no idea because the email that I got from you, just saying that the debris was gonna stay on his property, and I asked him, he said, hell no, he said, why would I do that? I said, I'm just telling you what and like I said, I don't know any details, cause I asked you and you only gave me minimum. That's why I was saying, the board, I don't think anybody here knows what was the phases or what was all this, that's what I'm saying. This is something that is a problem that needs to get addressed because there's.
All right, I get, so I think, you know, Becky's right. I mean, one thing is, you know, I thought it was one day crossing over somebody's property and it was done and, but if there's something going on for weeks and months and we're installing things on someone's property and continuing activity, I think it is a good idea to have an agreement. And I don't know, this gentleman, I don't know if he's ticked off, but the whole purpose of an agreement is so both sides know up front, I'm gonna do this, this and that, and you're gonna allow me to do this, this and that. Good? Yes, good. Both parties sign it, and if, you know, God forbid, we have somebody's injured on his property, or there's a problem with equipment, or we do a controlled burn, and it's not controlled, and it burns, you know, some of his property, you know, it gets really hairy.
Right.
So, I think it's a fair point that, you know, these kind of arrangements, now here, it looks like the milk has been spilt. I don't know if we can put it back in, but
Yeah,
I
so,
think in the future, I think it's probably
Right.
a good idea to let me know so we can work out an agreement with both sides, so everyone
yeah.
understands.
So then I spoke with him, I told him that I will come to the board during the meeting and I'm gonna talk about it and that I'm gonna suggest that so he's not against signing anything, but he wants what was promised at his end of the deal. to be fulfilled. And if it's not, then, you know, and then that's why I'm saying this is something we need to get smoothed out before, because time is not gonna be, you know, the longer this goes on, it's probably gonna get worse, because I don't know if he was able to cut his sod.
He cut his off.
He cut sod?
Yeah, 'cause-
Okay, so all that's out of the way now.
Yeah, the thing was, and again, the semi trucks were going in and out regardless, they were just going around.
Mhm.
So, when you suggested to get somebody out there, you guys were out there. So, and things got sat in the back, where we're working at. And the semi truck has to kind of come like this and come around to go out. But he wanted the main culvert, the temporary culvert that we put, to leave it there, so now
They could drive straight out.
yeah.
That's why he's saying it's supposed to be permanent. I'm like, I have no idea.
And again, the county did not give him permission, because I was like, I can't leave something there unless you pull your permit, to be honest. I mean, cause I don't have that authority. They gave me authority to leave ours there. They did not charge us for our culvert or anything of that nature. The county worked with us and said, as long as you use it for your maintenance, for your canal, you guys can leave it there.
Can you tell us, in an email to all of us so we can finish this up?
Sure.
When you think you plan on having this accomplished, it's probably accomplished, so we
Sure.
can close this.
And if you think it'll help, I'm happy to get on, have a Zoom meeting or Teams meeting or just a conference call with you, me, him. Just to kind of talk through and see if he's ticked off, what he's ticked off about, what we're willing to do, what we can do, what he can't do.
When I'm ready, it's too late now.
One of the biggest things was just starting to remove that debris so he could get through with the semi truck. That was one of his biggest thing was about that. And like I said, we literally just fixed it, and we went out there and we started moving the debris. That was his biggest issue.
Yeah, I'll just highly suggest whenever these type of projects come in, let us know, because to hear, like I said, because somebody told from the outside he was mad, and then by the time I talked to him, he was telling me about this, that, and the other, and I'm like, well, you know, that's why I say, you know, as far as communication, whenever things like that are gonna go on, you've gotta let us know. I know you did communicate with John about it, but the thing is, John only knew a tiny piece, and then whenever you told me that the debris was gonna stay there, now it's that it's not, and then, you know, and I even showed him, I said, look, this is the email that I was sent. He said, hell no. He said, why would I leave all that there for me to pay to get rid of all this? I said, this is what's there, and, you know, it wasn't the email, so that's what I told him. We need to figure this out, and then, you know, like I told him, we'll get it on paper, he agrees to it, we agree to it, and then we do what we gotta do and get out of it, and then we learn from it, and then we move forward, done. So, that's it. No.
Mr. Santiago, anything from your report?
Yes, in my report, I would like to, tell the board, that as we come into this new year, this was something that was brought up to numerous parents, and we've asked for it before, about looking at a lighting chart, for the district to see the dark areas. Something that I also proposed, a while back was putting flashing stop signs at the end of our really dark roads that do not have lights, so that people who are driving pretty fast, even though they shouldn't be, they don't run through the stop sign and cause an accident. We had a couple accidents where people were illegally running the stop sign and we had someone plow into them. And another thing is getting every road that requires a legal DOT sign, like a stop sign, at the end of it, getting it with its proper signage. At night, if you drive around the district, there are really dark areas, and some of them are you're supposed to stop. And if you're new here, coming to visiting people, or you've never been to that part of the district, you can be in an accident. We are catching up on, cutting some debris from that would block a stop sign, but there's some streets in the district that I lived on one for years. There's no stop sign there. Like, you leave and you have to stop. But if you're a visitor coming, you could probably think, oh, it's late, it's night, and drive right through. So that's one of the things that I proposed at the board. We voted on it, but we implement it. And a lot of parents are concerned about that during the day and sometimes at night, that the district is pretty dark, to look into different avenues on that. the other thing, that I wanted to bring forth to the board is a idea, for us to, look in, is finding we've, catered to our Easter event and making that our biggest event. But I think if we start captivating and growing it, I've asked to do a fall festival and renting some fair rides and, charging a minimal fee. I've asked other districts and other places that do it, it is a big fundraiser for them. The first year, there is a cost up front, but after that, it ends up paying for itself, and then it grows, and the district that uses that gets really big sponsors, that will end up paving the way for it. One of the sponsors we had back then had dropped out, from the board not being decisive on the decision. They are in the works of proposing something to us, but I want to know, the board's feedback on if we do one massive event, every year, that we bring in really big sponsors and we do rent some fair rides, we allow vendors and local businesses to sell stuff there, and we do charge a small entry fee, but as well as a fee to use the rides, not just to our local people, but to non-local people, to see what fundraiser idea we can use, like we do for the golf tournament, that funds the summer camp, but to use that as our primary funding source to fund.
It's an addition.
Yeah, to fund itself and use that funding for a lot of the clubhouse projects and events in the future. And then we can utilize the recreational budget for other stuff throughout the district. So that's a proposal that I have. I'll bring the logistics of it and the phases to see what everyone thinks. But it is something that if you guys have feedback or know anyone or want to be a part of it, I'm open to it. I'm just trying to bring new opportunities to the district that can save us money. But you got to spend money to make money. So just want your feedback. That's it.
Thank you. Okay, it's money making business now, but I would sell some more sand. Well, thank you everyone for coming out, meeting this man.